Check 1, 2. Judging our National Border Cheviot Show today is Evan Snyder of Atglen, Pennsylvania, originally from Oklahoma, an Oklahoma State University grad in animal science. Evan is the farm manager for Macaulay, Suffolk. He has judged from state to state and shows all over the country. He's also a big college football fan, so if you see him trying to catch a score sometime during the North American, that's what's going on. Also in our National Southdown Show is Farby McCarthy. He's from Sycamore, Ohio, the department chair, Department of Animal Science at the University of Findlay, a longtime Poll Dorset breeder and responsible for the lowline Angus and the Southdown flock at the University of Findlay. He is judged from coast to coast in the United States. Let's welcome both Evan and Farby to your national shows this morning. Check 1, 2.
Well, good morning. Certainly a pleasure to be with you here for your Border Cheviot show today. Certainly an honor to sort through the sheep and be here and part of the North American here for us. I think we got a really nice class of yearling rams as we get started here for us today. All three of these rams bring a lot of good things to the table here. Really a complete ram here to start the class with. He's got some size and scale about him. When you run your hands down his top, he's really, really true down his top. He's got some width and dimension as he carries back in through his hip. Nice side profile here, how he drops his lines. He's got some length about him. He's a pretty good-headed ram, maybe not the best-headed ram in the class, but a ram that's adequate for me, a ram that ties neat in his chest floor. I think an awfully nice one to get started with. Our second-place sheep giving up a notch of size here, but that's not why he's here. A sheep that really like him in his hip structure. He's really long. I like this buck's head quite a bit. He gives up some size and scale. You appreciate how long he is from his 13th rib. Maybe not quite as rugged in his bone work, but a ram that's got a neat side profile as well. Ties nice at the point of his shoulder. I think an awfully nice one, too. Big ram here in third, and again, can't really say much wrong with this one. A lot of length about this guy. He maybe tucks up in his rear flank just a notch compared to those ones ahead of him, but a ram that you appreciate him on his feet and legs. He's got some bone about him. I think three nice ones as we get started here in the Cheviot show. Congratulations.
Now ready for senior ram lambs for the Border Cheviots. Placing on the Border Cheviot yearling ram class, first place to entry 1, Moore 909. John and Judy Moore, Eagle, Michigan. Second place to entry 2, DeFries 1315, Patron. Dusty Rinker, Stewardson, Illinois. And third place to entry 3, Gavin Arvin, Congerville, Illinois. Border Cheviot exhibitors, your next class will be Senior Champion and Reserve Senior Champion Ram, so you need 2 yearlings, first and second, up ringside and ready as one entry in this Senior Ram Lamb class.
Well, lone entry here in the fall rams here in the Border Cheviot side of the ring, but I think a ram that you'd certainly like to stack some against. A ram that's got a lot of extension up through his front end. Really appreciate that about him. Really long from his 13th rib. You appreciate the length of side from flank to flank. A ram that's good up on his toes. He's nice on his feet and legs. Really a nice headed ram as well. Congratulations to the exhibitors on a nice fall.
Placing on the Senior Ram Lamb class for the Border Cheviots, first to entry number 4, Speedy Cheviots, 1401F, John Fott, Carlisle, Pennsylvania. Now ready to show for Senior Champion and Reserve Senior Champion Ram.
Let's put our hands together here on the Border Cheviot side of the ring for our senior champion ram today. I think 3 really nice individuals for us. We come out of the yearling buck class with, I think, 2 kind of a powerful type sheep, type stud buck type of sheep, and we'll use those today for our senior champion. We'll let that fallback come back next year and try to be a little more competitive for us. Congratulations to the exhibitors on a nice set of sheep today.
Senior Champion Ram for the Border Cheviots goes to entry number 1. 09, first place yearling ram, John and Judy Moore, Eagle, Michigan. Reserve Senior Champion goes to entry number 2, second place yearling ram, DeFries, 1315, Patron, Dusty Rinker, Stewardson, Illinois. Now ready for intermediate ram lambs.
What a nice class to start the Southdown show today. I really appreciate the opportunity to come out and evaluate some of the better sheep that we see in the country. We're going to start out with this yearling ram on the far right. Nice balanced ram. He's got some length of body. When you handle him, he's probably as long a hind saddled as any of the rams in here. He carries out with some width through the top, really nice back through the hip with a lot of shape to his leg. Just a nice, complete, balanced ram to start the class. I think the ram in second probably more closely follows that ram in type and kind. He's got a lot of width down the top, and it carries very uniformly back through the rump, really square out through the dock, really nice in terms of muscle shape, structure correction, structurally correct, and a very, very attractive ram from the side. Then we come to a third ram, and this ram here has similar pieces. There isn't a lot of differences between this class, but I think this ram here gets a little deeper through the chest relative to his flank. I'd like to maybe change him there. He handles with some length and some squareness and some muscling. We really like that, and he's really, really nice on his feet and moves out very, very free and easy. Our ram here in fourth place, again, another thick-made type of a ram. Probably gives up a little bit in terms of extension, but I think when you look at that ram from the side, he balances out pretty good. When I handle him, though, I think he could be a little longer in the hind saddle relative to some of the rams that stand above him, but a really, really nice ram here in fourth. Our fifth place ram, one of the longer-bodied rams in the class, probably doesn't have quite the muscle shape in terms of top dimension that we have in our top four rams in here, but he certainly has some pieces that I like about him. He's good on his feet and legs. I like his length of body. I like his straightness of top. Just a really super class here to start the show with. Congratulations.
Now ready for senior ram lambs for the Southdowns.
Again, on the Border Cheviot side of the ring, one entry here in the intermediate ram lambs, but again, you'd like to see some against this ram. Ram that's super good down his top. He's got some width and dimension to him. You get back into his hip, he's really wide from his hooks to his pins. Ram that stands up on a nice set of feet and legs. He's pretty angular up to his front. I think, again, just an awfully nice individual here. Congratulations to the exhibitors.
Now ready for Border Cheviot Junior Ram Lambs. Border Cheviot Junior Ram Lambs to the ring. Placing on the intermediate Ram Lamb class, first place goes to entry number 5, JWS 114, Templeton, Dusty Rinker, Stewardson, Illinois. For the Southdowns in our yearling ram class, first place went to entry 8, Forsey 13190, Chip, Forsey, Southdowns, Owenton, Kentucky. Second place to entry 10, 3148, J. Lee Oldenburg of Mulhall, Oklahoma. Third place to entry number 3, MB Genetics, Rio, Wisconsin. 4 to entry 2, Adriana Windland, Shakopee, Minnesota. 5 to entry 9, Jared Gilmore, Lincoln, Nebraska. And 6 to entry 4, Matthew Beatty of Carl Junction, Missouri.
We really have a nice pair of fall buck lambs out here. We're going to start with the ram here on the right that, for me, just has a little more to him today. I really like that ram from a bone standpoint. He's really long through the top. When you get behind him, he's really square out through the dock and carries down nicely into the lower portion of his leg. The ram here in second place really likes some things about him. He's really straight in his lines, really, really nicely balanced. I'd like to maybe just give him a little bit more lower leg and give him a little more width through the center portion of his legs, but two very, very nice rams in this class. Congratulations.
For the Southdowns, we're now ready to show for Senior Champion and Reserve Senior Champion Ram. We'll need that first and second place Yearling Ram along with the first and second place Senior Ram Lamb in the ring at this time. Placing on the Senior Ram Lamb class, first place to entry 13, KDK 1315, Mr. Brightside. KDK Southdowns, Kelsey, Dathan, and Kayleen Smearcheck, Rochelle, Wisconsin. Second place to entry 14, 4004, J. Lee Oldenburg, Mulhall, Oklahoma.
Boy, we've had a really nice ram show thus far, and I think that I'm looking forward to what we're going to see in the younger classes. But we've got the yearling class and the fall class out here, and I think they're all pretty similar in their type and kind. That's a good thing, I guess, when you're trying to evaluate. There's just very subtle kind of changes that you'd like to make on some individuals, but they're all fundamentally very correct. I think the yearling rams here are awfully powerful types of rams. They've got some thickness that carries really uniformly back from their front to their rear. They're square out their dock. They've got some lower leg. They're good on their feet and legs. We're going to make the two yearlings both senior champion and reserve senior champion. Just a really nice set of yearlings there to evaluate. Congratulations.
January Ram Lambs for the Southdowns. Our senior champion Ram went to entry number 8, first place yearling Ram, Forsey 13-190 Chip, Forsey Southdowns, Owenton, Kentucky. The reserve champion goes to entry number 10, which was the second place yearling, 3148 J. Lee Oldenburg, Mulhall, Oklahoma. Again, now ready for January Ram Lambs. January Ram Lambs, please.
Real nice class of late buck lambs here in the Cheviots as we move into some classes here with some more quantity here, if you will. I think we've got, again, a lot of differences in this class, but I think all 5 of these rams bring a lot of nice things to the table here. I think we've got the ram that kind of sorts himself to the top pretty easily for me. Then after that, we have to make a few decisions here for us. Really a complete made ram here, a ram that's just got a great side profile here for us. And when you get your hands on him, he doesn't disappoint you at all. A lot of width and dimension to him. He's really neat and angular up through his front end. Maybe not the longest sided buck in the class, but when you present this buck, he presents plenty long from his 13th rib. I love him on his feet and legs. He really stamps those feet down on all four corners like we like to see. Really a short-toed ram, and then I think probably the best-headed ram in the class, too. I think this is an awfully nice ram to get started with. Our second place sheep, a little greener type of sheep, maybe a lamb that's not quite as far along in his maturity pattern. Here is a couple of the sheep on either side of him, but a ram that's got a neat look to him as well. He ties super neat as he comes out of the point of his shoulders, really neat in his chest floor. Maybe not quite as much bone as that first place ram's got, but I think a ram that's designed awfully nice. He's got some length about him. He continues on in his life. He's going to grow for us. I think this is an awfully nice pair here in 1 and 2. Probably the longer-sided sheep here in third, and I appreciate that about him a bunch. Really long from his 13th rib. He's really long down his top. A ram, when you get him behind him, maybe like to square him up in his hip just a notch if you could. Bring him out of his pin set just a notch better if you could. But a ram, again, that's very good-headed. Certainly a ram that brings a lot of length to the table, and I think he fits right here in this hole as well. Our fourth place ram, a real growthy ram here for us. Ram that's awfully good down his top. I'm going to change his head just a notch if we could to get him ahead of a couple of those rams. But a ram that's up on his toes. He's got some length of the hip about him. I think he's an awfully nice one, too. Guys, a nice class of late ram lambs. Congratulations.
Okay, first right here.
Now ready to show for junior champion and reserve junior champion ram for the Border Cheviot. So we'll need the first place animal from the intermediate class and first and second from that January class. Placing on the January ram lamb class, first to entry 9, Spildy 3564, Cade Spildy, Stoughton, Wisconsin. Second to entry 11, Rinker 2041, Dusty Rinker, Stewardson, Illinois. Third to entry 7, Cade Spildy, Stoughton, Wisconsin. 4 to entry 6, John and Judy Moore, Eagle, Michigan. And 5 to entry 12, Dusty Rinker, Stewardson, Illinois. For the Border Cheviots, we're now judging Junior Champion Ram. Your next class will be pair of Ram Lambs. Then we'll show Grand and Reserve Grand Champion Ram, followed by Best Headed Ram.
Let's put our hands together here on the Border Cheviot side of the ring for our junior champion ram. Again, not a lot of numbers here, but I think the quality certainly is. I really like all three of these junior bucks here. A kind of a debacle here of what you're going to do for us in the junior champion drive. I'm going to use both those late bucks today. I think they come out of the class with a lot of depth to them. I like both of those guys quite a bit. Certainly a nice pair. Congratulations to the exhibitors on a nice junior buck drive.
The junior champion ram for the Border Cheviots went to entry number 9, first place junior ram lamb, Spildy 3564, Cade Spildy, Stoughton, Wisconsin. Reserve junior champion went to entry 11, Rinker 2041, second place in that junior ram lamb class, Dusty Rinker, Stewardson, Illinois. Now ready for pair ram lambs, and then we'll do grand champion. Grand Champion Ram for the Border Cheviot Show is the next class, placing on the pair of Ram Lambs, first to Cade Spildy, Stoughton, Wisconsin, second to Dusty Rinker, Stewardson, Illinois.
Let's put our hands together on the Border Cheviot side of the ring for our Grand Champion Ram today. I think 4 really nice individuals for us. And again, not a lot of quantity here in the Ram show, but the quality I think is very good. All 4 of these Rams are very sound Rams. Rams that are really good down their top. I think we've got a great show here for us. Looking forward to the female show as well. We're going to use this junior buck lamb today for our champion. I just think he's so good on his feet and legs in terms of his structure. Sheep that's really, really good down his top. He's got a lot of width and dimension to him. Then it gets a little bit closer whether we go to that late buck lamb for reserve or this yearling buck. This yearling buck's an awfully nice one today. We're going to use him for our reserve. Congratulations to the exhibitors on both the champion and reserve rams.
Grand Champion Ram for your National Border Cheviot Show goes to entry number 9. The first place Junior Ram Lamb, our Junior Champion Ram, Spildy, 3564. Cade Spildy of Stoughton, Wisconsin. Reserve Grand Champion goes to entry 1. First place Yearling Ram, our Senior Champion Ram, Moore, 909. Judy and John Moore, Eagle, Michigan.
We certainly have a nice class of January buck lambs to evaluate. We have some differences in this class, and you can kind of pick and choose on where you want to put priorities. We're going to start with the ram here on the far right. He ends up being probably, for me, the combination buck. He's got some grow to him. I like his bone, his feet and legs. He's awfully attractive from the side. He's got adequate length of of body and hind saddle, and he's really nice out through the rump. He carries some width and dimension and some shape to his leg. He ends up being in that place primarily because he doesn't walk away with any real major faults that I'd like to change. Maybe want to give him a little more expression of muscling in the leg, particularly through the center portion of his leg, and carry that down a little closer to his hock. But beyond that, I really like a lot of things about him. The second place lamb really is a nice handling lamb. When you get your hands on him, he's got a wide top and he carries some length through the hind saddle. He's really, really long through the hind saddle, particularly through the loin. He's square out through the dock. He's pretty good on his feet and legs. My major criticism of that lamb, and it's just a personal preference, I'd like to make him a little more balanced from front to rear. He gets a little deeper through the chest floor, and I'd like to carry that depth out a little bit more for that buck. But beyond that, there isn't really a lot of holes in that ram. Our third place ram, I really like a lot of things about him. To tell you the truth, the biggest issue I have with him is length of body. He's one of the shorter bodied lambs in this class. When you go to handle him, he handles with a shorter hind saddle, particularly through the loin. Change that a little bit, lengthen him out, and he's going to be competing with the lambs above him. Now, the longest lamb in the class is this fourth place lamb. He is extremely long through the hind saddle, longest loin, longest hip ram, but he doesn't have quite the squareness of dock. He doesn't have quite the width that carries out from the front to the rear, and I'd like to add a little bit more lower leg to him to compete with these lambs above him. But certainly, if you're looking for a long ram, that is a long ram. The ram here in fifth place, a ram that, again, I'd like to change a couple things on him. He's a little bit shorter-sided for me. When you handle him, he's not as long a loin as some of these rams above him. More than anything, particularly on the move, I'd like to change his hip structure just a little bit. He tends to want to drop the tail set down a little bit as he moves along, and I'd like to change that and give him a little bit more thickness, and he's also going to be able to compete with some of the rams above him. And the final ram in here gives up a little bit in terms of size and scale, but that's not the main reason. I'd really like to lengthen that buck out and give him a little bit more muscle shape to go along with that size or length. But other than that, I think that a real nice, complete kind of a ram just gives up a little bit in terms of power and length to go with some of the rams above him. Very, very nice class. Congratulations.
Placings on the class of January Ram Lambs for the Southdowns. First to entry 21, Forsey R 14071, Forsey Southdowns, Owenton, Kentucky. Second to 22, MB Genetics 1457V, MB Genetics, Rio, Wisconsin. Third place to 17, Bowman Southdowns, Blandesville, Illinois. 4 to 15, Derek Wilson, Titusville, Pennsylvania. 5 to entry 20, MB Genetics, Rio, Wisconsin. And 6 to entry 18, J. Lee Oldenburg, Mulhall, Oklahoma. Best-headed ram for the Border Cheviots is entry number 2, DeFries 1315, Patron, Dusty Rinker, Stewardson, Illinois. Now ready to go into our Yearling U class. Yearling U, fitted Yearling U for the Border Cheviots to the ring, please.
What a really, really nice class to look at. And we've got some differences in here, but the good things are all pretty similar. I mean, we've got some muscle and, for the most part, structural correctness and just a real combination of awfully good things. So what we sort these on are, for the most part, pretty subtle types of areas. I really, really, really like this lamb in first place. He balances out so nicely. He's good on his feet and legs. I love the way his head and neck come out of his front shoulders. I like the way his hip loin junction fits together and how wide and how expressively muscled he is through the rump. And he carries out with adequate muscling. By no means is he extreme in his muscle shape and his lower leg, but certainly adequate. Just a really, really attractive ram. Following him up with the longest handling lamb in this class, without a doubt. He's really, really long out through the loin, really nice and long in his hip. Probably isn't quite as square at the dock as the lamb that wins this class. I guess my biggest criticism on this ram, and it's really, really minor, I suppose, but when we're looking at this caliber of animal, it gets to be a bit more significant. I'd like to change him just a little bit in his front end. It's not that he's bad, it's just that I'd like to smooth him out in his shoulder and maybe change the depth of front relative to his flank depth. But other than that, I just really, really like that ram as well. We get into a ram here that's kind of a combination ram of having adequate length and adequate muscling. Decent on his feet and legs. For the most part, I'd like to change the way he is set on his back legs. Maybe change the set. He gets to be a little bit too much set, and I'd certainly like to improve that, but he handles really great out through the rump, and he's really square and shapely. Our next lamb is certainly an attractive ram from the side view. Probably doesn't have the overall width and thickness that we have in the first three rams, particularly when we get to the rump. I'd like to change that. But other than that, a really, really nice ram to be here in fourth and kind of logically fits in there. Our fifth place ram, similar in terms of not as much muscle shape through the rump and particularly through the leg that I'd like to see relative to the rest of his body type. But the top five lambs really very, very nice, and I think there are some excellent pieces in all of them. Congratulations to all the exhibitors.
Now ready for March and later born Ram Lambs for the Southdowns. Placing on the February Ram Lamb class, first place to entry 27, Forsey, R14174, Forsey Southdowns, Owenton, Kentucky. Second place to 31, Wilson, Skyview Farm, Southdowns, 14036, Derek Wilson, Titusville, Pennsylvania. Third to entry number 32, J. Lee Oldenburg, Mulhall, Oklahoma. 4 to 29, Naomi Lowen of Columbia City, Indiana. 5 to 23, Forsey Southdowns, Owenton, Kentucky. Sixth place to entry 30, Bowman Southdowns, Blandisville, Illinois. 7 to 34, Mackenzie Paget, Kirkland, Indiana. 8 to entry 25, Richard Burns, Flora, Indiana. And 9 to 33, Allison Watson, Bentonville, Arkansas. Again, we're on Southdown March and later born Ram Lambs. We need entry number 42 from Bowman Southdowns.
Well, Oofta, this is a really tough class to put together here. I tell you, this is supposed to be fun, and this class is not. I think there's a lot of good sheep in this class, but every one of these ewes are different. There's not one type and kind that you can tie to here and roll with it, but I think there's a lot of pieces and parts here. Just got to keep sorting them apart for you. Some of you probably are doing it different in your head on the side profile, and that's totally fine, because I wouldn't argue with a couple different lineups here. But I think as we get to looking at these sheep and analyzing them and moving them here, I think we come up with 4 or 5 or 6 here that are the good-bodied sheep, the sheep that are sound, that move good, that have enough bone, that are good down their tops in terms of their dimension. They got some length about them. This first place ewe, she's not the biggest ewe by any means, but when you put your hands on her, she's the longest ewe. She's the longest ewe from flank to flank. She's the longest ewe from her 13th rib back, and then she's the longest hip ewe as well. I'd like to see her just a little bit different as she builds out of the point of her shoulders, maybe make her just a notch more extended here. But in terms of structure, in terms of balance here, this female brings a lot of good things to the table. She's wide. She's progressively wider. She moves back in through her hip. She stands on a nice set of feet and legs. She's up on her toes, and she looks like a Cheviot. I think her head's awfully good. She's really dark about her points. I think just a neat one in terms of her toes, how she stamps those down as she moves. I think an awfully nice one here. If you don't like her, that's okay. I think I'd like to make her just a notch more extended if we could out of her chest floor, but that's about all I can find different, whether we're going to use her today for our first place hole. Our next place ewe, this is probably the best tail-setted ewe we have in the class. She is dead level. She comes back in through her pins. A female that's neat and angular up through her front end. She ties neat at the point of her shoulder. Again, she's pretty decent there on her toes for us. A ewe that's got a lot of rib shape to her, a lot of body to her on the side profile. She drops her flank really nice for us. Again, a really neat one to look at on the side view. And then when you put your hands on her, there's not much wool here. Female that's really true down her top. I like how she lays that shoulder in for us. A female, again, that's awesome in terms of her tail set, and she's going to be our second place winner today. Then it gets really, really tough for me. We've got some differences and a lot of types and kinds. The next ewe is just a real sound, functional type of female. Big, bold ewe, a ewe that's got a lot of width and a lot of rib to her. A female that you'd like to lengthen up just a little bit if you could. Well, that's about all you can find wrong with this one. This female's really, really wide hipped. She's really, really wide topped. Again, a lot of rib shape and capacity to her. She's not the fanciest one here in terms of a show ewe, but I think a female that's functional, she's sound, she balances out pretty nicely. She'll be our third hole winner. Next ewe in line, really a fresh, younger ewe that's not near as far along in her maturity pattern here for us, but a female that ties nice in her shoulder. Again, not much wool on this one, so she really handles good down her top for us. A female that you like a lot of things about. Again, she shortens up just a notch compared to a couple of them on either side of her, but a female that's good on her toes. She really ties nice as you handle her down her top, and again, very good in her tail set. She'll be our fourth place winner. Our fifth place ewe comes in here, and this is a trouble ewe for me. This is the best bodied ewe in the class by far. And then when she gets loose for us today, she really moves good. This female is sound on her feet and legs. I love her down her top line, and if you're on the side view wondering what the heck I'm doing here, this is the profiling ewe. I love this female in every aspect except I've got to change her head. And I tell you, this female is really, really good. She's going to be a stud ewe for this young lady here. I think this female is going to make awfully good ones. But today, in terms of a show ewe, in terms of Cheviots, I think we got to change her head just a notch. But man, I tell you, that's an awfully good one. Our sixth place ewe, really a long-sided ewe. I love this female in terms of her top line. She's docked a little bit longer, so it makes her hip structure look just a little bit off. She's really dead level. A female that maybe cuts up in her flank just a notch compared to those ewes ahead of her. This female's got a lot of length about her. She's sound. She ties nice in her shoulder. I think another awfully nice ewe. Really a tough class, guys. We got 4 ewes down here that are awfully good, too. There's a little bit of differences in terms of their bone structure. Maybe they're not moving around the ring quite as nicely. I think a great class, even though a very tough one to put together. Congratulations to the Cheviot exhibitors.
Now ready for Border Cheviot Slickshorn yearling ewes. Slickshorn yearling ewes, please. Placing on the class of fitted yearling ewes for the Border Cheviots, first place entry 17. Spildy, 3441, Cade Spildy, Stoughton, Wisconsin. Second place entry, 14, Woods, 1934, Dusty Rinker, Stewardson, Illinois. Third place entry, 18, Evergreen Acres and John Hunnefeld, Freeport, Illinois. 4 to 15, Dusty Rinker, Stewardson, Illinois. 5 to entry, 21, Judy and John Moore, Eagle, Michigan. 6 to 22, Dusty Rinker, Stewardson, Illinois. 7th place to entry 23, Evergreen Acres, John Hunnefeld, Freeport, Illinois. 8 to entry number 16, Judy and John Moore, Eagle, Michigan. 9 to 19, Cade Speldy, Stoughton, Wisconsin. And 10 to 13, Sidney DeFries, Freeport, Illinois.
Well, as the show progresses, it's gotten much more difficult. I've got lambs all the way to the bottom that I really like some things about them. You end up just prioritizing some of the areas that they may excel in and try to place them based on that. As Evan said in his class, it wasn't much fun. This one was not fun, and I have struggled about how to place some of these lambs, but I did. So we started with the lamb here. I think for me, really a pretty designed kind of a lamb, and you think that that's really all you're getting with that lamb when you're looking at it from a side view, that it's just a pretty lamb. It's got some extension. It's really nice in the shoulders. You handle that lamb. He's not the longest lamb in here. The longest lamb is the second place lamb, but he's adequate in length. He's pretty good from a percentage standpoint. He's really square out through the dock. What I like about that lamb over the second place lamb is probably his front end, how smooth and how nicely laid in that front end is relative to the rest of his body. He really blends together nicely from front to rear. Square through the dock, carries with some width down from the hip down into the lower leg, has some depth of twist. Some nice things about that lamb that I liked, and that's where he ends up being when all things are evaluated. This lamb in second place created a little bit of a problem for me because he is the longest handling lamb. He's pretty wide down his top. He carries that width out through the hip very nicely. He's got some width through the center portion of his leg, carries that width down to the hock. A lot of things that you like about him. He's second for me, for the most part, because of the front end, and it's not that I'm critical. I'd just like to have him a little tighter in the front end relative to the lamb above him. If that lamb wasn't here in first place, this lamb would have walked this class, but I struggled with how this lamb is put together through the front end. I'd like to change that just a little bit in order for him to get by the lamb that I used to win this class. The third place lamb, a really smooth made lamb, really uniform in terms of muscle type, muscle thickness from front to rear. He handles with a lot of length of body, length of hind saddle. He's adequate in frame size. He balances out pretty nicely. I'd like to change him just a little bit on his rear legs as I see it. I think he has a little bit more set than I'd like to have. But beyond that, just a pretty nice, complete kind of a sheep to go into third. Another lamb for me that was a little bit of a problem was this lamb in fourth place, and I like a lot of things about him. When you get behind him, he's probably not showing as much width through the center portion of his leg as some of the lambs that are above him. I'd like to maybe give him just a little more darkness or pigment on his nose to help him out, but really made very nice through the front end, carries out very level and even through his top and through his rump. Really good on his feet and legs. Just those two spots I'd like to maybe change. Another lamb that I really, really like some things. This is probably from a rack standpoint the most shapely rack. Really, really explosive in the rack. Carries out with some really nice muscle expression all the way back through the hip. Handles with adequate length. Doesn't have quite the front end extension I'd like to see, but we're getting into nitpick when we're at the national show, and I think that this lamb deserves to be at least in the top 5, and some of you may move him up even higher than that, but really a nice complete lamb to be here in 5th. And I wanted to talk 6 lambs because I thought these were, for me, the top 6 lambs. This is really one of the heavy muscled lambs in here, but he's smooth in his muscle design. He's not round, or he's not showing any particular bulges in one area or another, but he certainly has some thickness and width, and that width really carries nicely from front to rear. he gets to be a little deeper fronted relative to his flank. But beyond that, I really like this ram to be here in sixth. And again, somebody else might have moved him up even farther, but really a nice package to be here in the top four, or top 10 lambs, and in this case, sixth.
For the Southdowns, now ready to show junior champion and reserve junior champion ram. We'll need the first and second place animals from the January, February, and March classes in the ring at this time. Placing on the March and later born ram lambs for the Southdowns, first to entry number 39, Forsey R14269, Forsey Southdowns, Owenton, Kentucky. Second to 38, Wilson Skyview Farm Southdowns, 14041, Derek Wilson, Titusville, Pennsylvania. Third to 44, J. Lee Oldenburg, Mulhall, Oklahoma. 4 to 41, Forsey Southdowns, Owenton, Kentucky. 5 to 45, A&M Ranch, Sandwich, Illinois. 6 to 46, J. Lee Oldenburg, Mulhall, Oklahoma. 7 to 211, Adriana Winland, Shakopee, Minnesota. 8 to 43, Adriana Winland. 9 to 36, KDK Southdowns, Kelsey Dathan and Kaylin Smearcheck, Richalt, Wisconsin. And 10 to 37, Mackenzie Paget, Kirkland, Indiana.
Really nice set of slick-sheared ewes here on the Border Cheviot side of the ring. I think a trio of awfully nice ones here. Again, some differences in these ewes as you start to analyze them for us. Really a nice balanced ewe here to start the class with. A ewe that's got a lot of shape to her, a sheep that's got a lot of depth to her. You appreciate that about her. When you handle her down her top, she's really long from her 13th rib. She's neat as she comes to the point of her shoulder. If you're going to change her just a notch, maybe like to give her just a little more muscle there in the center portion of her leg. But a female that's really sound. She's big boned. A female that's just an awfully nice one here to start with. Our second place ewe, I'm going to make Cheviot Weathers. This is probably the one that I'm going to get a hold of for us. A lot of shape back in through her hip. A lot of rack shape about her. She maybe gets a little bit finer in her features compared to that first place ewe. Maybe wants to cut up in her flank just a notch. But lots of power down her top. Lots of width and dimension to her. And our third place ewe, taking nothing away from her. Very sound on her feet and legs. Maybe just like to strengthen her up down her top line just a notch. I think three really nice ewes in the Yearling ewe slick shear. Congratulations.
Placing on the Yearling ewe slickshorn class for the Border Cheviots, first to 24, Moore 902, Judy and John Moore, Eagle, Michigan. Second place to 28, Woods 1943, Dusty Rinker, Stewardson, Illinois. And third place to entry number 27, K&C Copeland Farm, Lewistown, Ohio. Now ready for pair of yearling ewes. Pair yearling ewes.
What a nice group of buck lambs out here for the junior champion drive. We really have some rams that have some pieces and parts that the Southdown breed. From a stud ram standpoint, it's nice to have some variety, but it's also nice to have some consistency. And I think for the most part, particularly with some of the younger classes, we really had some parts that really make for the breed to have some consistency. Really some nice ones out here. I really like the January buck lambs. Both of them have some width down their top. They're square out in the dock. They've got some length of body. They're good on their feet and legs. Just really attractive from the side view. They walk out very nice and stretch out their front end strides and carry back with their rear end strides very nicely. Really like a lot of things about that. The February buck lambs, we've got the first place lamb, really just a beautiful profiled lamb. He's up fronted, he's got some bone, he's square out through the dock, he's got some length, handles with pretty good length of hind saddle. And we've got the ram that was second in that class. It also is another real long-bodied lamb. Carries out very level out to the top or through the rump and down his top. Good on his feet and legs. And again, the March class, a real nice ram to start the class with. That's really balanced and square out through the dock and good on the feet and legs, as well as the second place lamb, as I talked about in class. It's really not an easy thing to do. It's not like there's an obvious ram in here that you can walk up and use. But I'm going to use the February lamb to win this division. I just love a lot of things about him. I think he's really got some future to him. And we're going to use then the March lamb for the reserve. Really, really nice class.
Now ready on the Cheviot ring for senior ewe lambs. And we're ready for pair of ram lambs for the Southdowns, pair ram lambs. Our junior champion ram, entry number 27 out of the February ram lamb class, Forsey R14 174, Forsey Southdowns, Owenton, Kentucky. The reserve junior champion was our March and later born class winner, entry 39, Forsey R14 269, Forsey Southdowns, Owenton, Kentucky. Again, now showing pair of ram lambs for the Southdowns. And we're showing senior ewe lambs for the Border Cheviots. Placing on the Border Cheviots pair of yearling ewes, first to Dusty Rinker, Stewardson, Illinois. Second, Cade Spildy, Stoughton, Wisconsin. Third to Evergreen Acres and John Hunefeld, Freeport, Illinois. And four to Judy and John Moore, Eagle, Michigan. Placing on the Southdown pair of ram lambs, first place to Forsey Southdown, Kentucky. Second place to Derek Wilson, Titusville, Pennsylvania. Third to MB Genetics, Rio, Wisconsin. And fourth to J. Lee Oldenburg, Mulhall, Now ready to show for Grand and Reserve Grand Champion Ram. We'll need the Senior Champion in Reserve along with the Junior Champion in Reserve in the ring.
Well, let's congratulate the exhibitors, not only that are out here for the championship drive, but that have exhibited the rams thus far. It's really been a very deep and high-quality ram show, and I want to commend the exhibitors, all of them, from the first class to this class right here. We have the senior champions out here, and they've got some size and scale, but more than anything, they're really very complete kind of sheep. They've got some thickness, and it carries really well back on the through the hind saddle and the rump. And what I like most about these sheep, particularly the senior champions, and I realize they've got more maturity than the junior champions, but they really have a lot of muscle shape for the size that they are. We're going to use both the senior champions for Grand and Reserve, with the senior champion being Grand, Reserve, senior champion being Reserve. Congratulations to all.
Grand Champion Ram for your National Southdown Show goes to entry number 8, our Senior Champion Ram out of the Yearling Ram class, 4C 13190 Chip, 4C Southdowns, Owenton, Kentucky. Reserve Grand Champion was our Reserve Senior Champion, entry number 10, 3148 J. Lee Oldenburg, Mulhall, Oklahoma, out of the Yearling class, second place.
On the Border Cheviot side of the ring here, trio of really nice senior ewe lambs here for us. I think all three of these are very functional type females, very sound, a little more angular type of ewe lamb to win the class with here. She's super down her top. She's really, really fresh today. I appreciate the angularity up through her front end, how she ties at the point of her shoulders. When you run your hands down her top, there's a lot of width and dimension to her, really straight top. And when you get right in behind her, she's the best hip chew in terms of how I think that's an awfully nice female to start the class with. Our second place ewe, this is really a nice all-American type of Cheviot ewe. She's really, really wide. She's got some length about her. She's got some width and dimension to her. She's super on her feet and legs. She's up on her toes. Maybe not quite the angularity that we have in that first place ewe. Maybe not quite the extension there, but I think this female is awfully good too. Big old wide hip in her with lots of meat and muscle there in the center portion of her leg. And taking nothing away from our third ewe, a big boned ewe, a ewe that's got some length about her. Maybe doesn't balance out quite as nicely as those first two ewes, but I think that's a trio of awfully nice ones, guys. Congratulations.
Now ready on the Border Cheviot side of the ring to go to show for our senior champion, reserve senior champion ewe. Need the first and second place out of the Yearling ewe, Slick Shorn Yearling ewe in that senior ewe lamb class. Also over on the Southdown side of the ring, we're ready for early Yearling ewes. Those animals born prior to and including January 15. Placing on the Border Cheviot Senior Ewe Lamb class, first place to entry number 30, Misty Acres 1268, Dusty Rinker, Stewardson, Illinois. Second to 31, Spildy 3526, Megan Schepter of Lutherville, Maryland. And third to entry number 29, Dusty Rinker, Stewardson, Illinois.
On the Border Cheviot side of the ring, let's put our hands together here for our senior champion ewe. I think just an awfully good group of ewes out here. The one common denominator here is that these ewes are sound. They're really functional type females. They've got some rib in them. They're good down their top. And I think all 6 of these come out here and do that for us in a really nice pattern here for us. I'm going to use this yearling ewe today for our champion. I think this is an awfully nice ewe. A lot of you might not think she's extended enough, but I think she's got a lot of good pieces about her. I think that's an awfully nice female. Then it might get a little bit closer here for me, whether we go with that second place yearling ewe or back to this ewe lamb. I'm going to use that senior ewe lamb today. I think she's got a bright future. I think she's a neat one in terms of how she looks from the side. And again, very good top. I think a nice set of sheep here, guys. Congratulations.
Senior champion Border Cheviot ewe goes to entry number 17, Spildy, 3441, first place in the fitted yearling ewe class, Cade Spildy, Stoughton, Wisconsin. The reserve goes to entry number 30, first place in the senior ewe lamb class, Misty Acres, 1268, Dusty Rinker, Stewardson, Illinois. Now ready for intermediate ewe lambs. Intermediate ewe lambs for the Border Cheviots. And we're calling for early yearling ewes for the Southdowns. Early yearling ewes, those animals born prior to and including January 15.
What a nice group of yearling ewes to start the ewe show with. We're going to start with the ewe, for me, pretty much walks away with this class, in my opinion. She, not only does she have 3 dimensions, but she is put together right. You can have some wide sheep, you can have some long sheep, but structurally they may not be assembled in the right order, and this one is certainly assembled right. She's really nice through the front end. She's got some extension through the front, but more importantly for me, she blends in nicely through the front end, but yet she's awfully thick coming from her ribs back. She's square out through the dock. She carries that muscling low on her leg. Depth of twist and depth of lower leg is very significant on this ewe. Just a really nice ewe to begin this class. I think the second place ewe probably follows that type and kind. And there isn't a lot of difference, maybe a little difference in the muscle shape, particularly in the lower leg. She doesn't quite blend in as nicely through the front end, but she's not bad at all. She just is not quite as good as the ewe that wins this class. But really a nice, thick, level-rumped, wide-topped ewe to be in second. I think the third place ewe kind of follows that same type. I guess there isn't a lot of differences between the second and third place ewe. My main objection, or at least the placing differences, that I think the third place ewe tends to be a little narrower through her hip, and not being critical, but that's the difference between the two. We just don't have quite the dimensions that we have in our second place ewe in our third place ewe, but really a nice ewe from a structural standpoint. She's awfully good. She's got muscle shape, just probably not as much as we have in our first 2 ewes. I think that can be said for our fourth place ewe. Of the top 5 ewes, she probably is the ewe that doesn't carry as much thickness as the others do. But she's not light muscled. She just doesn't have the dimensions that we have in our other ewes. But structurally correct, really nice in terms of rump structure. Walks out really nice, got some extension, love her front end. She'll be in fourth. Our fifth place ewe, again, a really nice structurally made ewe. Again, when you get behind her, she probably doesn't have quite the width and shape that we have in some of the ewes above her, but still, to be in the top 5 at the national show, I think merits some appreciation for that. So put your hands together and congratulate these exhibitors for the ewes that they brought in the first class. Looking forward to the rest.
Well, I tell you, in the Border Cheviot side of the ring, for you porch dwellers here in the Cheviot show, I think there's just a tremendous set of females here to look at. All the way down, we've got ewes. I left them on the side. I think that they're all good. And as you can see from the side profile, there's a lot of differences in them, and that's okay. I think we've got a trio of ewes here on top, though, that sort themselves there for me in terms of structure, in terms of balance, in terms of handle, and how they're made down their tops. I really like this first pair, and again, if you want to switch these two, maybe you can. I love the balance of this first place ewe. I tell you, on the side profile, this one drops her lines probably as good as any we've seen. A sheep that's really tied nice in her shoulder. She comes elevated out through her chest floor. A sheep that when you run your hands down her top, she is very true topped. She's got more dimension than anything down her top and right in there behind her shoulder. When you get in behind her in terms of her hip structure, she's the best in terms of her pin. She's up on her toes. She's probably not the biggest, most rugged bone ewe lamb in the class. I think, though, she's adequate. I love her fanciness about her side profile. I think that's an awfully nice female to win with. Our second place ewe. Another big, bold type of female, maybe not quite as neat made up through her front end as that first place ewe, but a ewe that brings some length aside, and you appreciate that. A sheep that's got a big hip in her. She's got a lot of width and dimension to her, too, and she's probably a notch bigger bone than that first place ewe, maybe not in quite as fancy of a package here. I think that's an awfully good pair of Cheviot ewes, both nice headed ewes, both up on their toes, and certainly in terms of their balance, they bring a lot of good things to the table. I think that's an awfully nice pair. Our third place ewe, this is just a really nice female. A female that's not got as much extension as those first 2 ewes, but a ewe that when you, again, run your hands down her top, she's very true topped, works back into a great big hip. She's got a lot of red meat and muscle there in the center portion of her leg. Maybe like to make her just a notch more extended, but certainly, again, in terms of soundness, she's good on her feet. She's really good on her toes. I think a really neat one on the side profile in terms of how she drops her flank, in terms of her rib shape. I think that's an awfully good trio there. Then we work into some differences here. We've got a couple big ewes here. The next ewe in line, the fourth ewe, just kind of a fault-free type of female. Gets a little bit finer made in her features compared to those ewes ahead of her. But, man, when you run your hands down this one's top, she's very, very good. She's very fresh. She's probably given up some days to a couple of ewes on either side of her here, but a female that ties nice together. We're going to keep her in that fourth hole just in terms of her top line, in terms of her hip structure, in terms of her freshness here. I think that's an awfully nice ewe. Our next ewe, again, kind of a fault-free ewe. I love the bone work and the feet on this one. When you run your hands down her top, though, she gets a little bit easy right behind her shoulders compared to those ewes ahead of her. But, man, she's rugged boned. You appreciate that about her. Again, very nice on her feet and legs. And, again, a sheep that just is a really good female in terms of her width and dimension. We work into a big ewe here in 6, and this is the biggest one. If you're going to tape them, this is the tall one in the class. She's maybe going through one of those funky stages in her life here. She's maybe in a growth stage, but she gets a little bit loosey as she moves around the ring for us. Maybe gets outbalanced as we look at her on the side view in terms of her front end. She's wanting to camp her front end over on her just a little bit. But, man, this female's long-sided. She's got some length about her. She's sound on her feet and legs. She's got a pretty good head about her. This female is going to be tough next year as a yearling ewe. She's in one of those funky stages today as a ewe lamb. That one's going to be one that we need to watch as the yearling ewe for later. And the last ewe, nothing wrong with this ewe at all. She wants to run the wrong way for me today. Maybe gets a little bit lower shouldered compared to those ewes ahead of her. A female that's got some length about her, though. She's got some elevation in terms of how she comes out of the point of her shoulders. I wish we could just lift her chest floor up just a notch. That's a great class, guys. Congratulations.
For the intermediate ewe lamb class of the National Border Cheviot Show, placings are: first, entry 36, Rinker 2030, Dusty Rinker, Stewardson, Illinois. Second to entry 39, Moore 938, Cade Spildy, Stoughton, Wisconsin. Third place to 37, Megan Schepter, Lutherville, Maryland. 4 to 35, Dusty Rinker, Stewardson, Illinois. 5 to 38, Judy and John Moore, Eagle, Michigan. 6th place to 44, Brooke Mazepink, Parksburg, Pennsylvania. 7 to entry 43, Cade Spildy, Stoughton, Wisconsin. Now ready for junior ewe lambs. Border Cheviot junior ewe lambs to the ring, please. Placings from the early yearling ewe class for the Southdowns. First place goes to entry number 61, Northern Star Livestock Service, 13059 ET. Adriana Winland, Shakopee, Minnesota. Second, please, to entry number 47, Northern Star Livestock Service 12279, RRET, Isaac Thompson, Lebanon, Indiana. Third to entry 60, 4C Southdowns, Owenton, Kentucky, 4 to 58, Adriana Winland, Shakopee, Minnesota. Fifth to entry number 50, Garrett Schreiner, Lincoln, Illinois. 6 to 53, Tyler Kiggins, Cicero, Indiana. 7 to 56, J. Lee Oldenburg, Mulhall, Oklahoma. 8 to 55, Naomi Lowen of Columbia City, Indiana. 9 to 54, Mackenzie Paget, Kirkland, Indiana. And 10th place, Tracy, where's 10? 10th place to entry number 82, Reed Bear, Carlock, Illinois.
Really another nice class here of late ewe lambs here on the Border Cheviot side of the ring. Again, very, very deep in quality, and I think, again, all 5 or 6 of these ewe lambs are just really good. We'll keep them all on the side profile here for us. I think we got a pair on top that sort themselves there pretty easily for us, and then we start picking these apart. I think this first place ewe lamb is a really nice ewe. Female, when you run your hands down her top, she's really true down her top. Lots of angularity up through her front end as she ties at the point of her shoulder there. You get in behind this when you like her in terms of her hip structure. She's got a big long hip from her hooks to her pins. Stands up on an excellent set of feet and legs. On a side profile, you probably don't have one that looks as nice as this one. Just a really great picture here for us. Drops her flank really nice for us. I think this is an awfully nice shoe. Our second place shoe, maybe a little bit pounds heavier here in terms of her weight for us. A sheep that's got a lot of length about her. You appreciate the length from her 13th rib. You appreciate the length from her hip structure, from her hooks to her pins. And again, very sound on her feet and legs. I like the head on this shoe as well. If I change this shoe, maybe get right in behind her in terms of how she builds out of her hip, in terms of how she comes out of her hip structure, in terms of her pins. That's an awfully nice pair there. I think a great set here in 1 and 2. Our third place shoe, maybe giving up some days here compared to the 2 ahead of them. Maybe shortens up just a notch from a side profile. Maybe like to lengthen her out from her 13th rib. But you talk about a top line in this shoe, a big hip in this shoe, and talk about it in terms of how she comes out of her pin set. That's an awfully nice one. Maybe a notch finer than the 2 ewes ahead of her. That's a nice female, though. We're going to keep her in that third hole. Our fourth place ewe, kind of a plainer type of ewe here, but a female that's got a big hip in her. She's got some depth and rib shape to her. Again, I like the ruggedness of bone that she brings to the table. If we could fancy her up just a notch, maybe we get her a notch or 2 higher. But a sheep that you got to keep in here in terms of structure, in terms of balance, I think that's an awfully nice ewe too. Our fifth place ewe, again, she's got some length about her. Maybe like to just fancy her up, but she comes out of her chest floor just a notch. But a sheep that you appreciate the length of side, the length of hip about her. And again, can't say too much about any of them. I think that last place ewe lamb's an awfully nice ewe. I love the length of that ewe. A sheep that when she tracks out maybe gets just a notch narrow. She's wanting to get a little bit rocky on those back pasterns today. And that's being awfully critical because that's a nice one too. Guys, congratulations on a great set of late ewe lambs on the Cheviot side.
For the Border Cheviots, now ready for Slickshorn Junior Ewe Lamb. Slickshorn Junior Ewe Lamb, placing on the fitted Junior Ewe Lamb class, first to entry 48. Moore, 953, Judy and John Moore, Eagle, Michigan. Second to entry 52, McGuire, 4766, Cade Spildy, Stoughton, Wisconsin. Third to 49, Dusty Rinker, Stewardson, Illinois. 4 to entry 46, Judy and John Moore, Eagle, Michigan. 5 to entry 45, Brooke Mazepink, Parksburg, Pennsylvania. And 6 to entry 54, Cade Spildy, Stoughton, Wisconsin.
We have a really, really deep group of yearling ewes to evaluate in this class. We're going to start with a really, really complete ewe. You really like that ewe when you get your hands on her. She's so smooth through the shoulder, blends back into the loin so nicely, but yet she still has some width and dimension. And that width and dimension and shape of muscle that carries down onto her leg is what really makes this ewe kind of stand out amongst the other ewes in this class. Just an attractive package from a muscling standpoint, but when you get your hands on her, she's got some length of side. She's got some real dimension to that ewe, and I just like that about her, and that's why she's where she is. I think our second place ewe really follows her in type, particularly structure through the front end. She's laid in very smooth and neat in her front shoulder, and it carries back nicely over the ribs and rack and into a really level and wide and expressive rump area. Probably not as shapely in the leg as what we have in our first place ewe, but certainly a ewe that gives us a lot of muscle dimension, and I really, really like a lot of things about her. We've got a ewe here in third that's so straight down her top and got some width and dimension down her top. She also is really good from a squareness of hip and shape of muscle. I guess compared to the ewe that wins this class, she doesn't probably have as much lower leg shape as what we have with her, but I think she has adequate amounts of muscling and certainly is a very competitive ewe to be in this class today. The ewe that's in fourth place, I like a lot of things about this ewe. She's got a nice front end. She's laid in nice in the shoulder area, carries back very, very neat into the the rack and on into the loin and rump. She too, I'd like to maybe give her a little more width through the center portion of her leg. She's not particularly light muscled, but I'd just like to give her more shape compared to the ewes that are above her. I really like this fifth place ewe. She's got some upheadedness. She's got some extension. She's long. She handles pretty long. She's good on her feet and leg. Really good breed character. She's level out through her dock. When you get behind her, I'd like to just give her a little bit more width through the center portion of her leg, and she's going to be a little bit more competitive with some of these top ewes in this class. But really, all in all, we've got some exceptional ewes on down the line that any one of them could have been up in this top 5. Congratulations to the exhibitors.
A nice class of slick-sheared ewes here in the Cheviots as we round out these young females. I think we got a real interesting class here. And again, all 5 of these individuals come out here, and I think there's some merit in all of them. The first place ewe, from a muscle standpoint, I guess brings more shape to the table that we have with anything here. A sheep that you'd be the first to admit you'd like to make her just a notch more extended if you were going to change her a little bit. But a sheep that's got a lot of width and dimension down her top. She's got a lot of width and dimension in her hip. When you get right there in the center portion of her leg, it's nice and full of meet your hand for us. And she lays in her shoulder and her breastplate probably as nice as anything we have in the class. We stretch her out just a notch, and I think we got a pretty good one here. That's an awfully nice ewe, though, in terms of a slick-sheared ewe. She's got some shape about her. You get over the top of her, and you like her in terms of her width. I think that's a nice ewe. Our second place ewe closely follows her, probably in terms of how she's put together and how she's made. Again, I'd like to clean her up in her chest floor just a notch, maybe lay her shoulder in just a notch. She didn't have quite as the shape there in the center portion of her leg as that first place ewe does, but a ewe that's up on her toes, she's really long-hipped. I think she makes a close second here for us. Our third place ewe, really a neat designed ewe. She's given up some compared to those 2 ewes ahead of her, but a female that's made nice up through her front. She's really good down her top. She maybe didn't have the width and dimension those first 2 ewes do, but certainly a neat look from the side. She's got some rack structure to her. I think this is a nice class. Our fourth place ewe, a real tall ewe, a ewe that you like the extension about her, you like the length of side. She gives up some of that hip levelness compared to those first 2 or 3 ewes ahead of her. But that's an awfully nice ewe too. Guys, great class of slick-sheared ewes. Congratulations.
For the Border Cheviots, now ready to show for Junior Champion and Reserve Junior Champion ewe. So we'll need the first and second place animals from the intermediate Junior ewe lamb and Slick Shorn Junior ewe lamb in the ring, please. Placings on our Southdown class of intermediate yearling ewes. First place goes to entry 70, 3037, J. Lee Oldenburg, Mulhall, Oklahoma. Second to entry number 48, A&M 37170, Derek, Titusville, Pennsylvania. Third place to 73, Dale Davis, Cardington, Ohio. 4 to 77, Adriana Winland, Shakopee, Minnesota. 5 to 71, Jenna Langer, DeForest, Wisconsin. Sixth place to 76, Mackenzie Paget, Kirkland, Indiana. Seventh place to 63, Forsey Southdowns, Owenton, Kentucky. 8 to 66, KDK Southdowns, Kelsey, Dathan, and Kaylin Smearcheck of Richalt, Wisconsin. 9 to 67, Jennifer Beadle of Philadelphia, Pennsylvania. And 10th place to entry number 74, Reed Bear, Carlock, Illinois. Placing on the Slick Shorn class of ewe lambs for the Border Cheviots. First to entry 58, Moore, 92914, Karen Vazarak of Fowler, Michigan. Second place to entry 55, Brooke Mazepink, Parksburg, Pennsylvania. Third to 60, Dusty Rinker, Stewardson, Illinois. 4 to 56, Judy and John Moore, Eagle, Michigan. And fifth to entry 59, John Fott of Carlisle, Pennsylvania.
Guys, let's put our hands together here for our junior champion Cheviot ewe. I tell you, this female show's been awfully good. I really like all 6 of these ewes as they come out here for our champion and reserve. Could do a couple different things here. There's one that just strikes me awfully hard for us today. Female that's got a tremendous amount of balance about her. We're going to use this early ewe lamb here today for our junior champion ewe. I think that's an awfully good female. And then maybe gets a notch closer here. I'm going to bounce back for this March ewe lamb or this late ewe lamb for our reserve. I think that's an awfully good pair of Cheviots. Congratulations to the exhibitors on a great female show.
Now ready for a Border Cheviot pair of ewe lambs. Our junior champion ewe is entry number 36. First place in the intermediate ewe lamb class, Rinker 2030, Dusty Rinker, Stewartson, Illinois. The reserve junior champion is entry number 48. First place junior ewe lamb, Moore 953, Judy and John Moore, Eagle, Michigan.
Again, a nice group of yearlings is a ewe that puts together a lot of things the way you want a Southdown ewe to put them together. When you get your hands on her, she's really a very wide-topped ewe. She may be carrying some conditioning, as most of these yearling ewes are, but a lot of that is skeletal width, and she's wide through her top. She's carrying that width out through her rump and into a nice, full, and shapely leg. Her muscle goes down well towards her hock, and both inside and outside of her leg is expressive. Just a really nice class width. It gets to be a little different because we have a few different types, I guess. The next ewe is very similar to the ewe that wins this class. Doesn't have quite the power that we have in that first ewe. Doesn't have the width of hip and doesn't have the width through the center portion of the leg. But one of the longer handling ewes, and does have some width of top compared to some of the ewes that are below this ewe. So a very nice ewe here in second place. Our third place ewe, extremely wide topped and really nice through the shoulder. And when you get your hands on her, she's got some length of hind saddle and particularly some length of loin. She too gives up a little bit in terms of depth of leg to our top ewe that wins this class. Our fourth place ewe, very similar in type. My biggest criticism of that ewe is basically that she doesn't handle quite as long as our top two ewes, and probably doesn't have any more shape or dimension in the leg than our third place ewe. And so she ends up just kind of by default, ends up in the fourth place. But a really nice ewe. I really like her up through her front end. She's really nice off her front legs and rear legs. Just a nice combination kind of ewe to be in fourth. One of the longer bodied ewes in the class is the ewe that's in fifth. And I really like the way she handles. She's got some width of top. She carries that width out through the rump. For me, from the side view, she gets to be a little deeper through the chest floor and probably isn't quite as extended through the front end. But you got to give her credit for having a lot of product in her. She really has some muscle in, and she has quite a bit of length of body to go with that. So very, very nice class. Congratulations to all the exhibitors.
Placing on the Southdown class of late yearling ewes. First to entry 84, Wilson's Skyview Farm Southdowns, 13046, Derek Wilson, Titusville, Pennsylvania. Second place to entry number 78, Scramlin, 1360, Matt Scramlin, Holly, Michigan. Third place to 87, J. Lee Oldenburg, Mulhall, Oklahoma. 4 to 89, Adriana Winland, Shakopee, Minnesota. 5 to 83, Jansen Van Horn, Garfield, Kansas. 6 to 80, Forsey Southdowns, Owenton, Kentucky. 7th place to 88, J. Lee Oldenburg, Mulhall, Oklahoma. 8 to 81, Naomi Lowen of Columbia City, Indiana. 9 to 85, Allison Watson of Bentonville, Arkansas. And 10 to 86, Verhage Livestock, Argus, Indiana. Placing on the Border Cheviot pair of ewe lambs, first place goes to Dusty Rinker, Stewardson, Illinois. Second, Cade Spildy, Stoughton, Wisconsin. Third, Judy and John Moore, Eagle, Michigan. And 4 to Megan Schepter of Lutherville, Maryland.
Put our hands together here for our overall champion here in the Border Cheviot female show. I think just a tremendous set of ewes, and again, wasn't a tremendous amount of numbers here, but I think the quality all the way down. It's certainly an honor to be here and to be with you today to sort your Cheviots. It's always an honor to stand here on the green shavings and be part of the North American here for us. I want to make a comment about the Cheviot breeders. I got the pleasure to judge the national sale this past June. And I tell you, the Cheviot breeders take pride in their exhibits here, and everywhere they go, you don't see any dirty sheep. All the sheep are fitted to a T. They're clean. The sheep come out here, and I tell you that all the way down in terms of quality from front to rear in the class is just very, very deep and good. And I think that says something about your breed. You may not have 100 February ewe lambs showing here, but I think you've got a really good set of sheep and a good set of exhibitors that take pride in what they do, and I congratulate you on that. It's certainly been my pleasure to be here with you today. I tell you that the female show here is just awfully, awfully good. There's a couple here that strike me a little harder than the others. I'll go out and select those for us today. Again, my pleasure to be with you today. Congratulations to the Border Cheviot exhibitors today.
Grand Champion ewe at your National Border Cheviot Show goes to entry number 36. Our Junior Champion ewe, 36 was class winner out of the intermediate ewe lamb class, Rinker 2030, Dusty Rinker, Stewartson, Illinois. The Reserve Grand Champion goes to our Reserve Junior Champion, entry 48 out of the Junior ewe lamb class winner, Moore 953, Judy and John Moore of Eagle, Michigan. Now ready for Best Headed ewe. Best Headed ewe to the ring, please. Placing on the pair of yearling ewes for the Southdowns, first goes to Derek Wilson, Titusville, Pennsylvania. Second, Adriana Windland of Shakopee, Minnesota. Third to J. Lee Oldenburg, Mulhall, Oklahoma. 4 to Forsey Southdowns, Owenton, Kentucky. 5, Mackenzie Paget, Kirkland, Indiana. And 6 to Allison Watson, Bentonville, Arkansas. Now ready to show senior ewe lambs, Southdown senior ewe lambs, please. For the Border Cheviot, our best-headed ewe goes to entry number 17 out of the Yearling ewe class, Spildy 3441, Cade Spildy of Stoughton, Wisconsin. Now showing mixed pair of lambs. There are several special awards as part of your National Southdown Show today. Those include the W.L. Henning Cup, a traveling trophy, permanent plaque that's given in recognition of 50 years of service to the American Southdown Breeders Association as its secretary, presented to the exhibitor of the Grand Champion Southdown Ram. The Henry Basuden Trophy, another traveling trophy and permanent plaque given in recognition for service to the American Southdown Breeders Association as a director, breeder, and leader in the industry, presented to the exhibitor, the Grand Champion ewe for the Southdowns. The Harold E. Judy Trophy, another traveling trophy and permanent plaque given in honor of the late Harold E. Judy, an outstanding Southdown breeder, director, and officer of the American Southdown Breeders Association, presented to the exhibitor of the best pair of ram lambs. The English Southdown Sheep Society Trophy, another traveling trophy permanent plaque awarded to the exhibitor of the best Southdown flock. The Duran and Donella Howard Trophy, given as in recognition for service to the association as a director, breeder, and leader in the industry, presented to the premier exhibitor of the show. The Ron Weedle Trophy, a traveling trophy permanent plaque given in recognition for service to the Southdown Association as a director, officer, and breeder, presented to the exhibitor of the first place pair of yearling ewes. The Florence Strauss Trophy, given in recognition of 25 years of service to the association as its secretary, presented to the exhibitor the best breed character ewe with emphasis on the head. Now showing the Border Cheviot flock class, Border Cheviot flock. Placing on the mixed pair of lambs for the Border Cheviots, first to Cade Spildy, Stoughton, Wisconsin. Second to Dusty Rinker, Stewartson, Illinois. And third to Judy and John Moore, Eagle, Michigan. In the flock class, our flock winner and also the winner of the Premier Exhibitor Award is Dusty Rinker, Stewardson, Illinois. Second place in flock, Cade Spildy, Stoughton, Wisconsin, and third to Judy and John Moore, Eagle, Michigan. That does conclude our National Border Cheviot Show. Our judge has been Evan Snyder of Pennsylvania.
Wow, this was a really good fall ewe lamb class. In fact, I hated to even pull any in because there's so many good lambs in this class. But nonetheless, we had to place them. So we started with you here on the right. That ewe lamb, it really is a combination ewe lamb, and I really like the combinations that we're looking at. We've got a ewe lamb that has some length of body, some extension. When you get your hands on her, she's long in her hind saddle, square out in the rump, really pretty heavy muscled. And her muscling really carries down well on her leg. Just a nice combination ewe to win this class. I think the second place ewe more closely follows that ewe. May not be quite as good through the front end, but when you get your hands on her, she's really a wide-topped ewe. She's really her dock. She really has some width through the center portion of her leg, and it carries with both inside and outside muscling down towards her hock. Just a nice ewe lamb to be there in second. I really like this third place ewe lamb. Really kind of an attractive view from the side view. She has some width and thickness down her top where she probably doesn't meet the standards that our first two, is that she's a little shorter in the loin. That makes her hind saddle just a little bit less than what we have in the first two. But nonetheless, she's really square out her dock. She's got some muscling. Particularly like that ewe, though, from the side view. Just a very attractive view from the side. I think the same thing can be said for our fourth place ewe. Really an attractive view from the side, straight down her top, level out through her rump. She doesn't probably have quite the width of hip that we have in the first three, particularly narrows from her hooks to her pins a little bit, but her muscle carries down nice towards her leg. I'd like to maybe get her a little more shape or expression through the center portion of her leg, but she's still a really nice ewe there to be in fourth. I think our fifth place ewe may be one of the most attractive profiling ewes in this class. Where I would fault this ewe is that I think she just needs to have a bit more lower leg to go with her length of body, width of top, squareness of hip. I really like some things about her, but compared to the ewes in this class, she just needs a little bit more lower leg, particularly width through that lower leg to place on farther up in this class. Our sixth place lamb, and I kept 6 out here, because she is really a nice ewe lamb too. And really we're talking about splitting hairs in some of these placings. There just isn't a whole lot of difference. They might be stronger in one area than they are in others when you compare them between two, but there are some really nice ewe lambs. And this one is an example. She's long in her body. She handles really long through her hind saddle. She's straight down her top, level out through her rump. But again, I'd really like to give her a little more shape to her lower leg to have her kind of balance out from that standpoint and compete with some of the lambs a little farther up. But an excellent class of fall ewe lambs. Congratulations to you exhibitors.
Now ready to show for senior champion and reserve senior champion ewe for the Southdown. So we'll need those first and second place class winners from the 3 yearling ewe classes and the winner and second place animal from that senior ewe lamb class that just finished. Placing on that senior ewe lamb class first goes to entry 94. Wilson's Skyview Farm Southdowns 13088. Derek Wilson, Titusville, Pennsylvania. Second to entry 102, Circle J, 3F01, KDK Southdowns, Kelsey, Dathan, and Kaylin Smearcheck of Rashalt, Wisconsin. Third to 107, Matt Scramlin, Holly, Michigan. Fourth place to entry number 101, Garrett Schreiner, Lincoln, Illinois. 5 to 96, Forsey Southdowns, Owenton, Kentucky. Sixth place to 103, Dylan Klug, Grafton, Wisconsin. Seventh place to entry number 100, KDK Southdowns, Rashalt, Wisconsin. 8 to 98, KDK Southdowns, Rashalt, Wisconsin. 9 to 105, Caroline Kuhn, Manila, Indiana. And 10th place to 99, Mindy Reed, Houstonia, Missouri.
What a wonderful group of ewes out here. I knew that the classes were deep, and I knew that we had some real quality at the top of the class. But boy, when you get out here and look at them, there are just some really, really super ewes to be looking at for the senior champion in the Southdown breed. You know, I guess you can kind of do what you want to do. These three yearling ewes were all pretty strong in their class. It wasn't like it was a real difficult decision. Had they been in the same class, I'm not really sure how they would have ended up, because they all have some strengths, and you really, really like a lot of things. And if there's anything different between the three class-winning yearling ewes, it's very, very subtle. So I guess it really comes down to, for me, looking at the complete package. And for those of you that know kind of the sheep that I like, I really like a sheep that's got some muscling in them. At this point in time with this breed, I think these ewes are certainly big enough. We don't need to get them too much bigger, but we need to make sure that there's some structure there and some breed character and, of course, muscling. I think that there's a future for the Southdown breed as commercial rams, particularly in the eastern part of the United States, because of that and those types of characteristics that we select for. So without spending a lot of time talking about each one of these, really close placing in my mind, I'm going to use the yearling ewe from the third class to win this senior champion drive. It really, really gets close for me. I think the two other class winners are so similar, but yet there's some differences. It kind of depends on where you'd like to be. I'd like to have all of them in our flock, quite honestly, but you have to have a winner or a second place in this case. I'm going to use this Class 1 ewe. I really liked her in class, probably the strongest class, but I'm going to tell you that I could probably decide to use the second class winner at another time. But really, really a strong ewe show so far. I'm looking forward to the lamb classes, but congratulations to all that it exhibited so far, and congratulations to the winners.
The senior champion ewe is entry number 84 out of the late yearling ewe class. Wilson, Skyview Farm, Southdowns, 13046. Derek Wilson, Titusville, Pennsylvania. The reserve senior champion goes to entry 61 out of the early yearling ewe class. Northern Star Livestock Service, 13059 ET. Adriana Winland, Shakopee, Minnesota. Now ready for January ewe lambs.
What a tremendous January ewe lamb class. I just can't say enough. I mean, we sent some back to the barn after they've been recorded, and there were some awful good ewes that aren't standing out here in the ring today or right now. I'm going to start with these 5 here, and we won't talk about those along the fence, but boy, really, really strong class. You know, I was looking for a combination kind of a lamb that had some grow to it, but also had some thickness, or it had some muscle definition and had some shape. Looked like a Southdown. Structurally was correct, had some length of body, and I think that the lambs that we have out here fit into that description. The lamb we're starting with, for me, is a pretty powerful kind of a lamb, given that she's one of the bigger framed ewes in here. She may not be the biggest, but she's pretty good sized. She's really long down her top. She handles adequate in terms of length of loin. She's really a long-hipped ewe. But boy, she has just some width and dimension to her leg that carries down nice and full to her inside and outside of her leg towards her hock. She balances out beautifully. She's good on her feet and legs. Just a really, really attractive ewe there to start the class with. I think the ewe that more closely follows her than any other class or any other lamb in the class is the ewe in second. She's square out through her dock. She's got some width and dimension. She probably just doesn't have as much shape, particularly through the center and down through the lower portion of the leg. But gosh, you know, she's got extension. She's got eye appeal. She's a beautiful ewe there to be in second. I just love these ewes in this class. This lamb here in third place, maybe a little more, at least shape or dimension than some of the other lambs that I didn't use, and that's one of the reasons. She handles pretty good in terms of length of body. She's an attractive fronted sheep. She just balances out nice for me, and I really like some things about her. Her substance of bone, her width of top is excellent, and she just has a lot of shape and muscle definition for me to use there in third place pretty easily. I like the ewe lamb in fourth place, a real long-bodied ewe. Maybe not quite as much extension as we have in maybe the first 3 in here, but certainly not something you can really criticize the ewe for. She's really, really good out through her rump. Where that ewe I'd like to change is maybe just give her a little more lower shape to her leg. I'd like to change her muscle expression through the center portion of the leg and give her a little more inside and outside leg to compete with some of the lambs up ahead of her, but really, really a nice ewe there in fourth. And our fifth place lamb, and I guess you could probably jumble all their ear tags together and come up with a different placing that could be justified. I really like this ewe. She handles pretty long. She's got some length of hip. She's got some width of hip. Again, probably not as much shape as some of the lambs up above her, and doesn't handle with quite as much depth of muscle that we have in 2 or 3 of the lambs that are higher in this class. But really, again, a nice ewe, a complete package, and if it were mine, I'd really be grateful that I had something of that quality. So all in all, a great class. I know we have a few more classes to go, but congratulate the exhibitors for bringing out such a high-quality class to begin the Lamb Show.
For the Southdowns, now ready for early February ewe lambs. Southdown early February ewe lambs. Judging our Rambouillet Show at this year's North American is Woody Joslin of Maplewood, Ohio. Woody is retired from the Ohio State Extension Service. He has a flock of Rambouillets and is just getting started a flock of terminal sire composites. Woody graduated from the Ohio State University in Animal Sciences and was a member of the General Livestock and Meat Judging teams. Let's welcome Woody Joslin to your Rambouillet Show here at the North American. Placing on the January ewe lamb class for the Southdowns, first place goes to entry 109, Forsey E14007, Forsey Southdowns, Owenton, Kentucky. Second place to entry 139, A&M 4T 151, A&M Ranch, Sandwich, Illinois. Third place to entry number 121, Lydia Wilson, China Grove, North Carolina. Fourth place to entry 142, J. Lee Oldenburg, Mulhall, Oklahoma. Fifth place to entry number 118, Derek Wilson, Titusville, Pennsylvania. Sixth place to 125, Lexi Grace, Westmoreland, New Hampshire. Seventh to 124, Garrett Schreiner, Lincoln, Illinois. Eighth place to 111, Adriana Winland, Shakopee, Minnesota. Ninth place to entry 123, Prairie Land Farms, Alexandria, South Dakota. And 10 to 113, Mackenzie Paget, Kirkland, Indiana.
Good morning. We start into this Rambouillet Show. We have 4 rams out here. All of them have a lot of good points, but I put one at the top, had the most of the best. He's not the finest fleece ram in the class, but his fleece grade and fiber diameter certainly would meet the scorecard. And I guess if you're going to get super, super picky, he breaks just a little bit in the lower britch. But all in all, a very acceptable fleece on a real powerful, wide base, wide loin ram that sure shows a lot of power, performance in all 3 dimensions. Ram behind him, pretty much the same style, definitely a finer fleece, just not quite as much power, especially through the loin and over that rack. But all in all, a very similar pair of rams. We have kind of an interesting ram here in third place. Always a joy to look at a good horn sheep, and this is a good horn sheep. He's got some condition on his fleece that maybe some yellowing. In fact, all these rams really do, but I'm not going to discount that. It's November, we're in the east, and it's purely caused by climatic conditions, and it's not a genetic thing. So these fleece can be a little discolored, not quite as pretty to look at, but really no difference in the actual value of them. Where I'm faulting this ram here in third place is on the matter of growth and performance. Although I really like what I see, I just wish there was a little more of it to get around the 2 rams I used at the top of the class. Ram in the bottom, really a great fleece ram. He's not quite as heavy boned as some of the rams, but he's got some power if you handle him over the top. He's a little short in that loin. He's a little lower in the dock, and I guess if I really wanted to change something about him, I'd give him just a little more profile and balance as we look at him from the side. Thank you.
Now ready for Rambouillet Senior Ram Lambs. Rambouillet Senior Ram Lambs to the ring, please. Results of the Rambouillet Yearling Ram class. First place to entry 5, Marshall, BM 311, Jonathan Cruz, Effingham, Illinois. Second place to entry number 3, Cruz 13112, Jonathan Cruz, Effingham, Illinois. Third place to entry 1, In-Body Brothers, Rambouillets of Bluffton, Ohio. And fourth to entry 4, O'Banion Farms, Waynesville, Ohio.
if there was a combination sheep, we have it in this class. He sure has some power. He has some breed character. I really like the fleece on him. I like the width of base. I like the levelness of the top. I like the circumference of bone. And as far as overall fleece, it's sure fine enough. I say I don't give a lot of credibility to brightness, although I like to look at it. But it's bright, it's dense, and it's uniform. The next sheep is one of those that doesn't like to behave too well today. I've been on the halter of a lot of those, seems through the years. But what I really like about this sheep is total body length. He is one long sheep. And he's long in the right places. He's long in the loin, and he's long from the hooks to the pins. Pretty good fleece. Is weathered a little bit. I think it's all caused by weather and climatic conditions and not from the genetic makeup of his fleece. Sheep in third, really an attractive sheep. He's got a good fleece on him. He's got some breed character. That's what I guess I'm just separating the second and third rams on is just flank to flank length. This one's just not quite as long in that area, so in a fairly close placing, we're going the way we did between second and third. Same type as sheep in fourth. He's level in his top, really has a real desirable fleece, breaks a little bit top to bottom, but the overall fiber diameter is very, very acceptable. He's just not quite the overall power down the top as far as when you handle the muscle development, things like dimension and handling the flare, but another really good fleece sheep, a real good bodied sheep, and a sheep that's going to sire some real good lambs down the line. As we go down the line a little bit, still a very desirable sets of rams. Some of them don't have the balance, front to rear profile, and the symmetry that I really desire. We go down a little bit. Some sheep are just a little narrower over the top. There's not a bad fleece sheep in the class, but to compete up at the top end, there's just not quite enough total dimensions on some of these sheep. I use a little bit down the line. Thank you.
Now ready for Rambouillet Junior Ram Lambs in the ring. Rambouillet Junior Ram Lambs.
Well, this is really a nice class, and I understand it's the first of 2 February classes. But we really have some nice lambs, really top to bottom in this class. It's, you make decisions based on some pretty fine details when you're placing this kind of quality of sheep. The 2 ewe lambs, actually, that start this class, really very, very pretty kind of lambs from the profile. One handle's very long in the hind saddle and is on side view doesn't appear as long. And the other handle's really, really wide down its top and particularly through the hip. And it's just a matter of choice, I guess. I like length. I think the first one is not as long as the second one from a loin standpoint. Pretty good from a length of hip, pretty good from a hind saddle percentage, but really extremely wide when you handle that lamb. Really a wide-loined, wide-hipped, expressively muscled kind of a lamb. Really good feet and legs. Just a really nice package from that perspective. The ewe lamb in second actually is a little longer loined than the lamb that wins this class. Has some in the leg. I like that about it. Probably isn't quite as wide through the loin, isn't quite as wide through the hip, but again, that's kind of splitting hairs. Really, really nice ewe lambs there to start the class 1-2. You have to say that the lamb in third place is also an extremely attractive lamb. Where I fault that lamb as compared to the 2 ahead of him, I like to make it a little deeper in the muscle in the leg. It handles okay from a length of side standpoint, length of hind saddle, just doesn't have quite the expression of muscling, particularly from the center portion of the leg on down, but certainly an attractive ewe from the profile. Our fourth place lamb, a real extended kind of a lamb, really long top, long handling from a loin standpoint, and also from a hip. Probably doesn't have quite as much shape as a couple of lambs that stands above it, but has some width through the hooks and pins, and I like that about it. Just give it a little more expression of muscle in the lower leg, and it's going to be very competitive with those lambs that placed above them. I really like this 5th place lamb. Really square out through the dock, really long by design. Actually handles pretty decent. It's certainly acceptable from a hind saddle length standpoint. Really good on his feet and legs. Maybe give it a little more width through the center portion of the leg. Change just the proportion of depth of the forerib to the flank, but beyond that, really a super kind of a ewe lamb here in 5th. Congratulations to all the exhibitors, in particular those that are in the top end of this class. Exceptional class.
Now ready for the late class of February ewe lambs. February ewe lambs in the late division for the Southdowns to the ring, please. Placing on the senior ram lamb class for the Rambouillets, first to entry 10, Bach 3-90, Isaiah Bach, New York Mills, Minnesota. Second place to entry 7, Bach 3-95, O'Banion Farms, Waynesville, Ohio. Third place to entry 11, Isaiah Bach, New York Mills, Minnesota. Fourth place to entry 14, Jonathan Cruz, Effingham, Illinois. 5 to entry 8, O'Banion Farms, Waynesville, Ohio. Sixth place to entry 9, Bob Walters, San Miguel, California. 7 to 13, In-Body Brothers Rambouillets, Bluffton, Ohio. 8th place to entry 12, Jonathan Cruz, Effingham, Illinois. And 9th place to 15, Bob Walters, San Miguel, California. Placing on the early February ewe lambs for the Southdowns. First place goes to entry 159, 4C E, 14171 ET, Lydia Wilson, China Grove, North Carolina. Second place to entry 145, A&M 4-164, A&M Ranch, Sandwich, Illinois. Third place to 148, 4C Southdowns, Owenton, Kentucky. Fourth to entry number 161, Dale Davis of Cardington, Ohio. 5 to entry 144, A&M Ranch, Sandwich, Illinois. Sixth place to entry 165, Adriana Windland, Shakopee, Minnesota. 7 to 163, Marissa Bilyeu, State College, Pennsylvania. 8 to 157, 4C Southdowns, Owenton, Kentucky. 9 to entry 158, Drew George, Niles, Michigan. And 10th place to 150, Mackenzie Paget, Kirkland, Indiana.
A real nice class of spring ram lambs. As you might be able to tell from the placings, I don't put quite as much emphasis on size when we're working with this age group. We have a pair of rams at the top. I sure would like to combine them. The ram we're using, sure like his length, powerful loin. I like pretty much his extension, balance, and symmetry, and breed type. As we view him from the front, I'd like to strengthen that top just a nick, but this breed is not real critical for that, and it's hold together real well in his skeletal construction. His fleece is very fine, not as dense as some of them in the class, but I deemed it totally acceptable. A real nice ram in second, dense fleece, heavy boned, not as wide in the loin, not quite as long in the hind saddle. I guess what really hurt him, though, I think he gives up a little bit of just flank to flank length over the ram I used to win this class. We've moved down the line. A real growthy green type sheep in third place. A pretty sheep to look at. Very, very attractive. He's just not quite as far along. He doesn't have quite the guts and total constitution and body capacity of the two rams we used above him. Down the line, this sheep in fourth, he's a young ram. He's a green ram. He's a ram that's really going to probably come on, but I don't have the privilege and option to do any guessing today, so we have to go with what we see right now, and I think he fits really nice in here in fourth. Ram in fifth, really a well-extended ram, a ram that's level in his top. He has some length behind saddle, a little plainer headed, but most of the times that wouldn't be critical, but when you get in this level of competition, I have the option and get to split some hairs, and that's kind of what we did right here. But down the line, very useful, very acceptable rams. Some of them are a little shorter, some of them are a little narrower. There's a ram or two I'd like to tuck the shoulders in a little bit and give them a little bit more balance, but another really good set of useful rams. Thank you very much.
Now ready for a pair of ram lambs for the Rambouillets. Placing on the Southdown on the Rambouillet Junior Ram Lamb class, first place to entry 21, Benz 2886 RR, Benz Rambouillets of St. Mary's, Kansas. Second place to 19, WW Sheep Company 1438, Isaiah Bach, New York Mills, Minnesota. Third place to 25, Isaiah Bach. 4 to entry 26, Jonathan Cruz, Effingham, Illinois. 5 to entry 20, Regier Sheep, Marion, South Dakota. 6th place to 18, Bob Walters, San Miguel, California. 7 to 17, Jeff Brubaker and family, Silver Lake, Indiana. 8 to entry number 22, Benz Rambouillet, St. Mary's, Kansas. 9 to entry 16, Jonathan Cruz, Effingham, Illinois. And 10 to 23, Regier Sheep, Marion, South Dakota.
really interesting and nice class, actually. There were a number of lambs in this class that had some really, really high-quality features. We're going to use a lamb here that ends up being probably the combination lamb in this class. From a length of loin, length of hind saddle, that lamb excels every lamb in here. She is the longest handling of all the lambs. She's got adequate width. She isn't overpowering from a width of top, but she's pretty wide through the hip. She has some pretty good shape to her leg, but she is extremely long, and she looks long from the side view, but when you handle her, she is the longest ewe in the class. The second place ewe, I really like her from a profile. She's a little more of a showy type of a lamb. She lays in nice at the shoulder. Her neck and head comes out of her front end very, very nicely. She's pretty wide through her loin and through her hip. She is a shorter loined, significantly shorter loined lamb, and when you view her from the side, she shortens up a little bit from flank to flank. And had she been just a tick longer, she would have probably won this class, but she needs to be longer, in my viewpoint, to win this class. The third place ewe lamb, I really like how much width she has. Sometimes with that width, you end up with some other things that you'd prefer not to have. She gets to be a little bolder in her shoulder. When you handle her, she doesn't lay in quite as smoothly in a rib cage as you'd like to have, but she does have some dimension, and you like that in that ewe. One of the smaller ewe lambs, certainly in the top 5, is this ewe lamb in fourth. A really complete kind of a sheep. She has some width. Today she doesn't handle with as much width as some of the lambs above her, but she's a smaller lamb, and so you can give her credit for that. But really level out through the dock, square out through her dock, with a nice muscle shape in her leg that carries down lower than what we have in some of the ewes that stand below her. I really like some things about this fifth place ewe lamb. In particular, she's pretty square out through her dock, and she has a lot of width through the center portion of her leg. She too could use just a tick more length of body, even though from a percentage standpoint, her percent hind saddle is certainly acceptable. I'd just like to stretch her out just a tick to compete with some of the lambs above her. But certainly these top 5 are excellent lambs, and we had some ewe lambs down the row that really had some high qualities. Congratulations to all the exhibitors.
Placing on the pair of ram lambs for the Rambouillets. First went to Isaiah Bach, New York Mills, Minnesota. Second, Jonathan Cruz, Effingham, Illinois. Third to O'Banion Farms, Waynesville, Ohio. 4 to Ben's Rambouillets of St. Mary's, Kansas. And 5 to Bob Walters, San Miguel, California. 6th place to Jeff Brubaker and family. Placing on the late February ewe lambs for the Southdowns. First place goes to entry 173, Northern Star Livestock Service 14156 ET, Mindy Reed, Houstonia, Missouri. Second place to 177, Circle J 4PE1, Circle J Southdowns, John Jones, Rio, Wisconsin. Third place to entry number 179, 4C Southdowns, Owenton, Kentucky. 4 to 183, Adriana Winland, Shakopee, Minnesota. 5 to entry number 191, Brendan Donner of Wilshire, Ohio. 6 to 187, 4C Southdowns, Owenton, Kentucky. 7th place to 182, Verhage Livestock, Argus, Indiana. 8 to 184, Derek Wilson, Titusville, Pennsylvania. 9th place to 168, A&M Ranch, Sandwich, Illinois. And 10th place to 176, J. Lee Oldenburg, Mulhall, Oklahoma. Again, we now have our March and later born class of Southdown ewe lambs in the ring. We're judging for Grand and Reserve Grand Champion Rambouillet Ram in the other ring. Yearling ewes will be your next class.
Okay, just a couple comments before we do award our champions in this Rambouillet Ram show. Sure didn't have any problem finding what I wanted, and in case you didn't understand individual classes what it was, I wanted big sheep. I want them well made, both in their skeletons and in their dental anatomy. I want them to have muscle, at least an expression of muscle. I know this is a maternal wool breed, but sooner or later down the line, the descendants of these sheep are going to make their way through feedlots and packing plants and meat cases and contribute to our food supply for this country. We get in this matter of fleece. Now, the breed leadership says in their scorecard it's supposed to be 40% emphasis on fleece. I pretty well agree with that, although it's somewhat hard to do with these show sheep. A couple of the major components of fleeces are staple length and pounds of clean wool. I cannot evaluate that. I do not know when these sheep were shorn, so I have to go by a few other indicators such as fiber diameter, denseness, and uniformity. And uniformity, I mean both front to back and top to bottom. I think all these sheep out here would be a very adequate, deserving, and desirable champion for this North American show. Although I have just a couple, I think, kind of raise theirself to the top, and they will be your champions today. So we're going to go out and congratulate those individuals.
Grand Champion Ram goes to entry number 10, the first place senior Ram Lamb, Bach 3-90, Isaiah Bach, New York Mills, Minnesota. The reserve Grand Champion first place Yearling Ram, entry number 5, Marshall BM 311, Jonathan Cruz, Effingham, Illinois. Now ready for Rambouillet Yearling ewes.
What a nice March class. These 5 ewe lambs up here, and there are another 5 or 6 in the row already that are just really, really nice. The ewe lamb we're going to use to win this class, for me, is just a really complete, a nicely balanced sheep. Really level out through the dock, really has a lot of width and expression of muscling in the leg. Pretty wide base when she moves. Just a really nice complete sheep to start the class off. I think the ewe lamb in second kind of follows that type. Some extension through the front end, some length of body, pretty square out through the hip. Probably doesn't have as much leg shape, particularly when we get into the inside, outside lower leg, but certainly a very attractive lamb there in second. Our third place lamb, a little different type in the sense that probably isn't, at least it doesn't show today, that it's going to be an extremely big ram, or big ewe, but certainly a really, really complete sheep. Gosh, when you get a hold of her, she is wide, and that width doesn't cause any coarseness in the front, so she lays in nice in the shoulders. She's got width through the rack that carries back as wide as any of the sheep in this class, through the loin and into the hip. Nice, shapely leg. Just a super little lamb to Our fourth place lamb, maybe as heavy muscled as any of the lambs in this class. On the side view, shortens up a little bit, handles pretty well in terms of length of hind saddle. Just maybe stretch it out from flank to flank, and that would balance that sheep out just a little bit. But really a nice, heavy muscled, but also attractive lamb to be in fourth. Our fifth place lamb, one of the smaller frame lambs in this class, and this is a March class, and so you would expect to have some lambs that might be a little smaller and maybe a little less mature than some of the sheep that are in the class, but doesn't have quite that maturity of muscling. And when you go to handle it, it doesn't have quite the width of top, but just an attractive lamb. Really laid in nice in the shoulder, really comes out of that front end very, very nicely with some extension, long and level through the top, has a nice leg shape. Just a really super little lamb to go into fifth place. Commend the breeders that brought these March lambs in. I know it's the end of the ewe show, but give them a round of applause for the entire day of bringing high-quality sheep all the way.
Now ready for junior champion and reserve junior champion on the Southdown ring. Placing on the class of March and later born ewe lambs for the Southdowns, first place to entry 201, Forsey E. 14249, Lydia Wilson, China Grove, North Carolina. Second place to entry number 193, Forsey E. 14250, Forsey Southdowns, Owenton, Kentucky. Third to entry 192, A&M Ranch, Sandwich, Illinois. 4 to entry 205, Circle J Southdowns, John Jones, Rio, Wisconsin. 5 to 203, Adriana Winland, Shakopee, Minnesota. 6th place to 197, J. Lee Oldenburg, Mulhall, Oklahoma. 7th place to 202, Adriana Winland, Shakopee, Minnesota. 8th to entry 195, Forsey Southdowns, Owenton, Kentucky. 9th place to entry number 208, J. Lee Oldenburg, Mulhall, Oklahoma. And 10 to entry 200, Beckett Spildy, Stoughton, Wisconsin. Again, we're now ready for junior champion and reserve junior champion. So we'll need the first and second place animals from the January, the early Feb, the late February, and the March class in the ring at this time. First and second from those four classes in the ring at this time.
Well, congratulations to all of the exhibitors today. I think it was a great show. From a Southdown perspective, it's certainly a way to showcase some of the highest quality sheep we have in the country. We really have a nice ewe lamb show. It certainly was of the same quality that we had in the Yearling ewe show, or the senior show. We've got a little differences in some of these, but for the most part, I wanted to have some sheep that had some muscling, some thickness, some eye appeal, but also when we go to handle them, there's adequate length in the hind saddle, and it blends nicely into a rump that carries with some full and expressive muscling as well. Feet and legs, I think, were really not much of an issue in this class. The breed certainly is doing a really good job in trying to select for structural correctness. And I think we've got 8 ewe lambs out here that certainly fit that bill for today, and I've talked about them in class today. I'm going to use the January ewe lamb for the junior champion. Really a long-bodied kind of a ewe. Where she really is impressive is when you get behind her. She really is wide through the center portion of her leg, really shapely in that leg. Just a really, really nice ewe lamb. Then we're going to go with the other January lamb for the reserve junior champion. Congratulations to all.
Now ready to show pair of ewe lambs for the Southdowns. Our junior champion went to entry 109. First place January ewe lamb, Forsey, E14007. Forsey, Southdowns, Owenton, Kentucky. The reserve goes to the second place January ewe lamb, entry 139, A&M 4T151, A&M Ranch, Sandwich, Illinois. Again, now ready to show pair of ewe lambs. Pair ewe lambs, please.
What a great class of yearling ewes. I knew it would be, and sure wasn't any disappointment to me. Before we talk about the individuals, I guess I just have a few general comments about this class, this show in general. This is a North American, and I haven't seen a bad sheep yet, and I really don't think I will. So we'll probably have some people on the other end of this line that'll come up afterwards or call me or whatever they want to do and say, what didn't you like about my sheep? Well, tell you the truth, I like all these sheep. There's sheep clear on the other end that could be the mothers of some champions at some state and national shows as we continue. I'll tell you that ewe on the other end, I'm pretty sure she could do it. The reason she's there, I just didn't like her uniformity of fleece. Any way we measured it, both front to back and top to bottom. But she's a young green ewe, has some style, and I'm pretty sure, bred the right way, she could produce a good one and maybe even a great one. So all I tried to do in this class was compare the good ones to the better ones, and I got them the way that fit for me, and I'll try to tell you why. If we get to the top of this class, we have 2 ewes that just, even though this class was phenomenally tough, sorted himself to the top pretty quickly. I thought I was going to have to play a little give and take, some body length, maybe for some power when they were out there not quite so close together, but we get them in this profile. I think the ewe we're using has both the power and sure can run with her competition in body length. She's deep ribbed. She's wide on her top. I mean wide on her top. That loin is just phenomenal. Very level, very heavy boned. She has some extension. Her fleece is very, very dense, and she has some breed character. Just a very desirable sheep to observe. Second place sheep, more of the same. Sure would be a great class winner if we didn't have the one we have here. Very level on the top. She's very well extended. She's stylish. Her fleece sure has no problems. It's uniform, dense, and it's fine in regard to fiber diameter. We walk down the line here. Third place sheep, another powerful sheep. Sure doesn't have the body length that our two that we used above her do, but very adequately fleeced, very wide base, deep ribbed, and I think she stands on circumference of bone. Interesting sheep in this class is the one we used in fourth. Little different style, not fitted as heavily, not as big as sheep, but you put the pieces together, come out with something that most people should like. Great fleece sheep. I mean, this is my fleece sheep. She's fine, she's dense, she is uniform top to bottom, front to rear, and you analyze her proportions, although she's not as big as some of her other ones that she has to compete against. Her pattern and design is very, very desirable. We went down to fifth place, a big, tall ewe, a ewe that maybe in a perfect world would have just a little bit more width of base. Her fleece is acceptable, but not overly acceptable. It changes a little bit, especially as we go from top to bottom. But all in all, these are 5 ewes that should be able to compete with anybody, any place in the country. I say we move down the line. A lot of time these placings down the line were based on body length, and I say some of them were just width at top, and we get clear towards the end of the class. We had some stylish, well-designed sheep that maybe they're fleeced. It didn't quite suit me today, so thank you.
For the Rambouillets, we can now pair up those yearling ewes. Pair yearling ewes your next class. Southdown exhibitors, we're ready in your ring to show for Grand and Reserve Grand Champion ewe. Following that class, we will do the best breed type ewe. Best breed type ewe will be done following the selection of our Grand and Reserve Grand Champion ewe. Placing on the Rambouillet Yearling U class. First place in that class goes to entry 40, Bach 3-42, Isaiah Bach, New York Mills, Minnesota. Second place to 27, TVB 9551, O'Banion Farms, Waynesville, Ohio. Third place to 38, Isaiah Bach, New York Mills, Minnesota. Fourth place to entry number 31, Bob Walters, San Miguel, California. Fifth place to 29, Jonathan Cruz, Effingham, Illinois. Sixth place to entry 42, O'Banion Farms, Waynesville, Ohio. Seventh place to 30, Gordon Salmons of Genesco, Illinois. Eighth place to entry number 41, Regier Sheep, Marion, South Dakota. Ninth place to entry 33, Ben's Rambouillets of St. Mary's, Kansas. And 10th place to entry number 35, Borcher Sheep Company, Powell, Wyoming. For the Rambouillets, we're now ready for senior ewe lambs. Senior ewe lambs.
Well, this year I'm very appreciative of a lot of things, but today I so appreciate the opportunity to be able to evaluate Southdowns. It's a breed I really, really like, and a breed I think has a tremendous future out here. I'm not one to really stand up here and give a speech about the classes. We've talked about them. I'm not one that really spends a lot of time on the champion, so I'm just going to go out and congratulate the winner and the reserve champion. So.
Grand champion ewe for the Southdown Show goes to our senior champion ewe. The senior champion ewe is 84 out of the late yearling ewe class. Wilson Skyview Farm Southdowns 13046. Wilson of Titusville, Pennsylvania. The reserve is our reserve senior champion out of the early yearling ewe class. Entry 61, Northern Star Livestock Service 13059 ET. Adriana Winland, Shakopee, Minnesota. Now ready for best breed type ewe. Best breed character or breed type ewe with emphasis on the head. Best breed character ewe to the ring, please. Placing on the pair of ewe lambs for the Southdowns. First went to Forsey Southdowns, Owenton, Kentucky. Second, A&M Ranch, Sandwich, Illinois. Third to Lydia Wilson, China Grove, North Carolina. Fourth to Derek Wilson, Titusville, Pennsylvania. 5, Adriana Winland, Shakopee, Minnesota. 6 to Dale Davis of Cardington, Ohio. 7 to Mackenzie Paget, Kirkland, Indiana. And 8th place to Allison Watson of Bentonville, Arkansas. The winner of our Best Breed Character ewe goes to entry number 140, MB Genetics 14157, MB Genetics, Rio, Wisconsin. She came out of the January ewe lamb class. Now ready for Southdown Flock. Southdown Flock class, please. placings on the Southdown flock class for your National Southdown Show. First went to Forsey Southdowns, Owenton, Kentucky. Second to Derek Wilson, Titusville, Pennsylvania. Third to Adriana Winland, Shakopee, Minnesota. And 4 to Allison Watson, Bentonville, Arkansas. The winner of our Premier Exhibitor Award for your National Southdown Show was Forsey Southdowns, Owenton, Kentucky. That does conclude the National Southdown Show. Our judge has been Farby McCarthy of Ohio.
Outstanding class of fall ewe lambs. I guess lambs is a kind of a relative term, since some of them, if they're born in the early part of the time frame, would be over a year old. Again, we have some power to start with. A ewe that just pretty well sorted herself up to the top on the basis of mass and volume. She's wide down her top. She's deep in her ribs. She just has a lot of meat in her. Has a very desirable fleece, and she's sure good as far as what I consider breed character. Little different style of lamb in second, a little greener lamb, a little taller lamb maybe, if you really wanted to go by that dimension. Not nearly as wide down the top. Maybe not quite as fine and uniform in the fleece, but still very, very acceptable. Ewe in third pretty well follows a ewe in second. I guess one of the major decisions on the placing between second and third is just a little bit more broodiness and attractiveness around that head. We move down to fourth. Ewe is very similar to the two it placed above her. Doesn't have quite the tightness, maybe not quite the character of fleece, but another real acceptable, well-balanced sheep that shows style and symmetry and moves out very, very correctly. Interesting pair down here, and let me count her down, fifth and sixth. Very green lamb here in fifth. I mean, this lamb looks like she's on the younger end of the spectrum. Very straight-made, well-balanced lamb, exceptional fleece. Well, maybe as good a fleece as there is in the whole class. I'd like to widen her out in the base, maybe just give her a little more depth of rib, but that may come with age. I do not know one way or the other. Good thick lamb there in 6th. I moved her down 1 notch. She sure's got the thickness where she needs it. Her fleece is a little more open, but still makes my realm of acceptability. We go down the line. Some of these ewes are a little smaller. They're all put together fairly well. I guess I'd like to balance the ewe we're finishing the class with just a little bit on a front to rear basis. But then again, I'm sure she could make a great brood ewe bred to the right ram in the future. Thank you.
Now ready for Rambouillet Early Junior ewe lambs. Rambouillet Early Junior ewe lambs, please. Placing on the Rambouillet Senior ewes, first place goes to entry 47, Bach 3-83, Isaiah Bach, New York Mills, Minnesota. Second place to entry 50, Bach 3-87, also Isaiah Bach. Third place to 52, Jonathan Cruz, Effingham, Illinois. 4 to 49, Jonathan Cruz. 5 to entry 51, Bar J. Bar Ranch, Box Elder, South Dakota. 6th place to entry 48, O'Banion Farms, Waynesville, Ohio. 7 to 46, Bob Walters, San Miguel, California. 8th place to 53, Bob Walters, San Miguel, California. And 9 to entry 44, Jeff Brubaker and family, Silver Lake, Indiana.
Another nice representation of the Rambouillet breed as far as these younger ewe lambs, as you can probably tell by the placing. Size isn't quite as important to me as it is in the older class. We're using a ewe I found pretty early in the game. She has power, she has length. She stands on very good circumference of bone, and her fleece is both tight and fine. I guess if I was going to change her into the perfect one, and I haven't ever seen the perfect one, I'd clean her up around the face, maybe give her a little more channel, and get her a little higher in the area of breed character. Very stylish ewe in second. Can't compete with the power down the top, but she sure shows a lot of balance. She's level over the top, and again, a tight, dense fleece. Ewe in third. Very powerful ewe. A ewe with depth of ribs, capacity, width of base. Her fleece is weathered a little bit, not quite as dense, but I said earlier this weathering thing doesn't mean much to me. Maybe that's because I come from Ohio, but I guess to get her higher in the class, I'd just tighten her shoulders up a little bit. Ewe in fourth. Her shoulders are tight enough. She sure has extension. She has profile. She has balance. I'd like to strengthen her top and maybe just make that fleece just a tad denser. Interesting ewe in fifth. An interesting ewe. She's green. She's straight. She's balanced. Shows a lot of freshness. I think I like what I see from that fleece. But they got it cut short enough. If it was much shorter, I wouldn't be doing any guessing, and she would be placing down the line. But with that said, a lot of good things about this ewe, and I think she's one that if you were going to bet might be going a couple notches up next year at this same show. Another fresh, youthful ewe down here in sixth place. She walks out well. She's got a good fleece on her. She's straight made and she's wide based, and it's just too bad we had a few above her that I like just a notch better. Thank you very much.
Placing on the early junior ewe lamb class for the Rambouillets. First place goes to entry 63, Marshall, BM 418 Jasmine. Barrett Marshall, Marshall Sheep Company, Arlington, South Dakota. Second place to entry 65, Bach 4-36, Isaiah Bach, New York Mills, Minnesota. Third to entry number 66, O'Banion Farms, Waynesville, Ohio. Fourth place to 69, Ben's Rambouillet, St. Mary's, Kansas. Fifth place to entry 55, Will Salmons, Geneseo, Illinois. Sixth place to entry 68, Jonathan Cruz, Effingham, Illinois. 7 to entry number 61, Isaiah Bach, New York Mills, Minnesota. 8th place to entry number 64, Jonathan Cruz, Effingham, Illinois. 9 to 67, Ben's Rambouillet, St. Mary's, Kansas. And 10th place to entry 60, O'Banion Farms, Waynesville, Ohio.
We're definitely using a combination ewe at the top. She's very attractive. She's straight made. Might have the best fleece in the class. If somebody wants to argue with it, go ahead, but she's sure darn close. She's got some breed character, and she definitely is the best walking ewe I saw out here in this class. Another ewe, very similar, down second place here. Doesn't have the denseness of fleece, maybe not quite the fineness of fiber diameter, but still a nice growthy ewe. Has nice pattern, and she appears it's from the side. She walks out very long, free strides. Sheep that probably could win a lot of classes. You down the line, third place, real good fleeced ewe, tight fleeced, fine. It's dense. It's sure uniform. It's pretty straight made. I just going to be a little critical of her for a little bit of coloration around the muzzle area. Still would make the breed scorecard without much problem, but compared to the two ewes above her, she needs to slip down here to about third. We move down the line. Attractive ewe here in fourth place, just a little narrower over the top. Doesn't exhibit the overall power. Move down the line. Little greener sheep. Some of them don't have as much depth of body and capacity. We moved down to the ewe that I used to finish this class. A very fine fleeced ewe from top to bottom, front to rear. Maybe just doesn't have some of that balance and style and symmetry that some of the ewes above her have in this class today. Thank you.
Rambouillet exhibitors now ready for pair ewe lambs, placing on the late junior ewe lamb class. First place to entry 73, Bach 4-45, Isaiah Bach, New York Mills, Minnesota. Second place to entry 76, R&L 0451, Jonathan Cruz, Effingham, Illinois. Third place to entry 72, Borcher Sheep Company, Powell, Wyoming. 4-74, Isaiah Bach, New York Mills, Minnesota. 5-70, Regier Sheep, Marion, South Dakota. Sixth place to 75, Jonathan Cruz, Effingham, Illinois. And seventh place to 71, Regier Sheep, Marion, South Dakota. We'd like to welcome our Tunis judge today, Chuck Ream from Willits, California. Chuck is a rancher, and he's been involved with the Suffolk sheep for 42 years. He's been a 43-year 4-H leader, 11-year FFA advisor, and spent 4 years assisting the United Suffolk Junior Board as their coordinator. Let's welcome Chuck Ream to your Tunis show today. Now ready to show Grand and Reserve Grand Champion Rambouillet ewe. We need that first and second place animals from the previous ewe classes in the ring at this time. Placing on the pair of ewe lambs, first place goes to to Isaiah Bach, New York Mills, Minnesota in the pair class. Second place to O'Banion Farms, Waynesville, Ohio. Third, Jonathan Cruz, Effingham, Illinois. 4, to Ben's Rambouillets of St. Mary's, Kansas. 5, Marshall Sheep Company, Arlington, South Dakota. 6, Bob Walters, San Miguel, California.
I don't see any need to talk about my reasonings to pick these champions. I've given you my criteria. I think it's important all day long. I said this 40 years ago, whatever, when I started judging livestock shows. I always thought the real advantage to doing it was being the first person that gets to congratulate the winners. I guess I still feel that way, but I'd like to congratulate everybody that's in this ring. In fact, I'd like to congratulate everybody that had a sheep in this show. They took effort, they took time, it takes money, and I guess I'd like to extend that congratulations just one notch farther if you happen to be fortunate enough to be the breeder and produce these great show sheep on your individual farm and ranch. With that said, I think I'm done talking for the day. I know we have a flock class, but these will be my last comments. I want to thank the show management for inviting me over. I really enjoyed evaluating these sheep. This is one of the breeds of livestock that's near and dear to my heart, and what I see from this top slice from the purebred segment in the industry, it looks like they're in pretty good shape. Congratulations to everybody on a well-done job, and we got our banners. We'll go congratulate a couple winners here.
Grand Champion Rambouillet ewes, entry number 40, the first place yearling ewe, Bach 3-42, Isaiah Bach, New York Mills, Minnesota. The reserve Grand Champion is entry 27, second place yearling ewe, TVB 9551, QQ12, O'Banion Farms, Waynesville, Ohio. Now ready for the flock class. Ready for flock. placing on the Rambouillet flock and winner of the Premier Exhibitor Award is Isaiah Bach, New York Mills, Minnesota. The rest of the flock placing: second place, O'Banion Farms, Waynesville, Ohio. Third place, Jonathan Cruz, Effingham, Illinois. 4, Ben's Rambouillet, St. Mary's, Kansas. And 5th, Bob Walters of San Miguel, California. That does conclude our Rambouillet Show. Our judge has been Woody Joslin of Ohio.
Thank you. I want to thank the Tunis Association, first of all, for inviting me to partake of this great show. I've been an admirer of this breed for many years. Quite a few of my Suffolk friends, and that means more than 2, also raised Tunis and have told me how thrifty, how easy keeping, and what great mothers these are. So I trust in what they have to tell me, and it's been wonderful to watch this breed grow in the past few years. I was fortunate enough to be able to help with the futurity judging a couple of years, and my interest has grown, even though we have very few on the West Coast. Unfortunately, I think there's a place for them, and I look forward to seeing that happen while I'm still alive. So this is somewhat of a challenging class to me. Most people know I raise Suffolks, and I tend to like more extreme sheep, and I was hoping that I might find that kind in this class, and there are some here, but they're not quite up to my expectations. The ram I'm starting with certainly has a number of pieces that excel everything else in the ring. He's very straight-topped, extremely long-topped, very long-loined, and a tail set and hip structure that is easily the best in the class. He's big boned. He maybe is a tad restricted when he moves in his rear, but when he comes to a stop, he's very correct on those feet and legs. I particularly happen to like his color. I hope that's the color I should be looking for. But he's a very sound, attractive, straight ram. The ram following him is very much the same type, perhaps bigger boned, a huge foot on this buck, perhaps just not quite as put together in different areas as the ram I'm starting with. But it's a great pair, and I think hopefully they look similar in type to the audience. The next ram is the kind of sheep that jumps out at me. He's in third place because he's so low in his tail set. It's not that he doesn't have a good rump structure. It happens to be that he just has a real low tail set. For me, that's a disadvantage in many ways. But he's extremely attractive, obviously the tallest ram in the class, and I'm certain has done his share of winning and will be what a lot of people would be looking for in a stud ram. The next ram is more like him than anything else in the class, not quite as sound down his top, but the same problem with the tail set that I find in the third ram. The fifth place ram, a very attractive, very straight ram. He is not carrying the condition that the other rams have today. He's quite thin, so he does not handle as well down the top or over the hip structure, but he's a very correct ram with a kind of rump and tail set that I like, but just a bit thin to compete against the rams against him in the ring. An interesting group down here on the other side that are here for one reason or another. There's some that are a bit scratchy in the mouth, some fairly rough tops, and some pasterns that are not to my liking down there. But thank you very much for bringing this great group out to start the show with.
Placing on the Tunis Yearling Ram class, first place goes to entry 9, Riverwood 6024, Riverwood Farm, Powell, Ohio. Second place to entry 12, Speldy 2193, Avery Speldy, Stoughton, Wisconsin. Third to entry number 2, Steve Hasselman, Riddott, Illinois. Fourth to entry 8, Murray Farms, Higginsville, Missouri. 5 to entry number 11, Don Kraft, Flora, Indiana. 6th place to entry 1, Uptown Farms, Brookfield, Missouri. 7 to 4, RQL Farms, David Rock, Hillsborough, New Jersey. 8 to number 5, Kaylin Swihart of Perrysburg, Ohio. 9 to entry 3, Heidi Barkley, Man's Choice, Pennsylvania. And 10th place to entry 7, Morgan Muncie, Lafayette, Indiana. Again, now ready in the ring for Border Leicesters. Border Leicester White Division Yearling Rams into the ring, please. Judging our National Border Leicester show today is John Merzinski of Rolling Prairie, Indiana. John has been involved with his family sheep operation his entire life. He's judged numerous shows here at Louisville over the years and many state fairs across the country. John, in his work life, is supervisor of utilities for the town of New Carlisle, Indiana. Let's welcome John Merzinski to your National Border Leicester show.
I'm starting this class off with a really correct pull-together buck that a couple of these bucks have their yearling teeth already, but at this point in time, that's okay with me, and they look like they're fairly young. He's a great top, great hip, tail set, moves out really well, nice, good feet and legs. The buck in second falls here primarily because I'm finding a fault with the buck in third. He would not be in second place except for by default. He's an okay ram that I'm sure will go out and breed. He's low in the tail set, kind of off in the hip. This buck in third place I admire a whole lot and really like him, but his testicles have not sufficiently dropped for me to feel that he would be secure to put in with a group of ewes. That's the only reason he's here. Is he just? But he's a beautiful, up-headed, long, correct, good hip buck. So I'm kind of stuck with having to put him right there today. Thank you very much.
Now ready to show for senior champion and reserve senior champion Tunis Ram. We'll need the first and second out of this fall class and first and second out of the Yearling Ram class in the ring at this time. Placing on the class of fall ram lambs for the Tunis, first place goes to entry 14, Spildy 2228, Avery Spildy of Stoughton, Wisconsin. Second place to entry number 13, K. Barkley 13148, Drew Ridgway, Libertytown, Maryland. And third place to entry 15, Dana Gokenauer, Woodstock, Virginia.
I think in this championship drive for the senior champion, these yearling bucks pretty much fit together and win it today for me. They're big boned, they're big footed, they're extremely straight topped, good hip tail sets. Not to take away from this first place fall ram lamb, but I certainly, in my opinion, doubt that he's going to rise to the occasion next year to be maybe as good as these two, and I'm wrong 50% of the time. So that may just be how it goes. But anyway, congratulations to these guys, and I'll go ahead and shake their hand. Congratulations. Thanks, Ryan. Thank you, Jack. Thank you. Give you that. I'd rather please you than the TV crowd.
Well, I tell you what, I like doing that way. It's easier to keep, you know, the oldest ones up there with the talking, you know, exactly. So we'll do it that way. Just bring them out this way a little bit.
here on the Border Leicester side. Really a challenging class as we start our show off with, but one that again shows us a lot of positives and certainly a lot of good things to offer. And as we moved them around the ring, I think that's kind of where I made my final decision. Certainly a lot of differences in terms of their body type, conformation, certainly the way they move around the ring, and they are yearling rams and carrying a little more. So again, I think they need to be mobile, certainly big, stout, and I think we found that in the sheep that we're starting the class with. Really the heaviest structured sheep in the class, certainly for the young lady. One again that balances out as well as in the class. When you do a combination of fleece, structure, I think this ram comes up to the top for me very nicely. Rams in second and third, very close. I see the ram in second, much longer than the ram that's leading off. Maybe not quite as good in terms of quality of fleece, but a ram, again, that moves and tracks very nicely. The ram in third, really a very nice, complete ram. Really correct about his feet and legs. Beautiful fleece on him. Maybe he's a little taller at the hip than he is at the shoulder, but one, again, really structurally sound and correct, and I felt we could move him right in here. Really a big, stout ram that I really thought I could use him here in that first position, just a little softer footed. I think he can go ahead and work certainly on the pasture, and certainly really a nice stud ram if you would. Really a beautiful fleece. I'd like to make him a notch stronger about those pasterns. Big, stout ram that we're ending up the class with, really complete. Maybe we'd like to lengthen him out just a trifle bit. Really heavy and deep through that lower third of his body. Really a nice class to start off your show. Let's give him a nice round of applause. Thank you.
Now ready for early ram lambs. Early ram lambs. There are no fall entries. Early ram lambs. Placing on the Border Leicester White Division Yearling Ram class, first place goes to Overlook Manor Farm, 4310, Overlook Manor Farm, Warrenton, Virginia. Second place goes to S. Patty, 1301, Callie Taylor, State College, Pennsylvania. Third place to entry number 3, Deacon Family Farms, Cuba, Illinois. 4 to entry for Marilyn and Carol Fogel, Raymond, Ohio. And 5 to entry number 5, Connor and Paige Vincent of Laurel, Delaware.
This is an interesting class of January buck lambs. The buck I'm starting off with, I think, is just the most complete, soundest buck in the class. He is good on his feet and legs. He's got adequate bone, very straight down the top, very good on his tail set and hip structure, and just excels in his overall soundness in this class. I really like this buck in second place. He's the kind of sheep that I normally would just jump at. He's got a beautiful head, perhaps not as good on his rear pasterns as the one in first place, and there is what is not unusual in the Tunis breed, sort of a knot down his top line. That's it, David. Right in that area. But I love the buck, and I'm sure somebody's going to get some really exciting lambs by him. The buck in third place is a good sound buck, not anything to take away from him other than the two behind him. The buck in fourth is quite mature in age, especially in his front end for me right now. Fairly fault-free, but just is maturing way too early for me right now. And the buck down here in fifth is, they say he's been out breeding, and obviously he's got the equipment to do it, but I think he's under-conditioned for this particular show. So thank you very much.
Placing on the January Ram Lamb class for the Tunis show, entry 19, Half Pint Farm, 42, Brianna Taylor, Shirley, Massachusetts. Second to entry 17, Shambo 442, Amanda Sumi, Arcadia, Indiana. Third to entry 21, Matthew Mag and MJM Family Farm, Ottawa, Ohio. 4 to entry 18, Westwind Farm, Houstonville, Kentucky. And 5 to entry 16, Cripple Creek Farm and Larry and Teresa Norris, Elwood, Indiana.
Early Ram Lamb class here on the Border Leicester side. 3 entries, and certainly very deserving of those placings that we have here. First place Ram, I think he goes together very nicely in a very complete package in terms of feet and legs, fleece quality. He looks very youthful when you look at him up through the front end, and certainly I think he's developed very well up to this point. Really a long-bodied sheep. I think he comes together in a very nice package in terms of his feet and legs, his movement around the ring. The Ram in second, very similar in terms of his type, in terms of length of top. Really a bold, rugged-made sheep in terms of his bone work. Maybe a little softer-footed on those front pasterns. We'd like to make him a notch stronger in that regard. But again, one that's very straight, very complete. Probably the pretty sheep in the class here in second. Third place, really a bigger framed ram, probably amongst the other 2 rams in this class. Really a bold-made ram in terms of his structure. Really a wide-sprung ram from end to end. Maybe not quite as long from that last rib back as we see in our first 2, but again, very deserving of that honor. Let's give these exhibitors a nice round of applause. Thank you.
Placing on the Border Leicester Early Ram Lamb class, first place goes to entry 6, Deacon 1949, Deacon Family Farms, Cuba, Illinois. Second to entry 8, Taylor 14029, Callie Taylor, State College, Pennsylvania. Third to entry 7, Marilyn and Carol Fogel, Raymond, Ohio. Again, we're now ready for intermediate Ram Lambs.
Again, a real nice class of intermediate ram lambs here on the Border Leicester side. 3 entries. The ram that's leading off does well, in my opinion, and does it quite easily. Really a bright fleece on this sheep, a lot of luster. You certainly like him for that. He's one, again, that's really stout made in terms of his structure. You put him in motion, and he's one that walks very nicely off both ends, and certainly you like his character. He's one that's a little larger in this particular class and still very deep for me. When you analyze him from the side, he's a pretty one to look at and still has that good fleece quality. See the rams in second and third. I felt the ram in second in terms of width and dimension. I think he gets there as close to the class-winning ram. One that, again, really bold in terms of his structure. You certainly admire him for that. He, again, has a beautiful fleece on him, and again, structured. The young ram that we're ending up third here really needs to be commended. Beautiful pattern ram, really a tough one to show here, but boy, he's really put together very nice up through his front end, really long-bodied, maybe not quite as deep in the lower third as the 2 rams that we're having first and second. One, again, that's very good in his own kind, and certainly he will be the large one come another time, but certainly a nice class of intermediate ram lambs.
For the Border Leicester White Division, now ready for late ram lambs. Placing on the intermediate class, first place goes to entry 9, Fogel, 1009, Carol and Marilyn Fogel, Raymond, Ohio. Second place to entry 11, Deacon, 1965, Deacon Family Farms, Cuba, Illinois. And third to entry 12, Callie Taylor, State College, Pennsylvania.
This late Ram Lamb class here on the Border Leicester side. Again, really nice group of Rams as we see them here on the side view. I think we've got an easy winner here, really one that's very sharp in his design and still very uniform about his fleece, very bright, very soft fleece, and still one that's got a lot of luster to him. But I think he's got a great future, really complete in terms of his feet and legs. You analyze him from the ground up, and he just gives us a very complete package, really long and straight, really complete. Ram in second, I think, is very similar. He might be a notch stouter in terms of his structure, in terms of his bone, but again, a ram that I don't see him with quite as nice up through his front end. Certainly the ram in first just blends together very nicely. See a ram in third, a little more fleece on him, but one again that very uniform from end to end, and certainly one that's very stout in terms of his structure. Maybe not quite as much total length as we see in our first two. Two smaller statured rams that we're ending up here with, but certainly beautiful in terms of their fleece, really stout made individuals. Just a little smaller, maybe not quite as complete as our first three, but a good class here of late ram lambs. Thank you.
Placing on the white Border Leicester late class, first place to Taylor, 14079, Callie Taylor, State College, Pennsylvania. Second place to entry 14, Taylor, 14072, also Callie Taylor. Third place to entry 16, Connor and Paige Vincent, Laurel, Delaware. 4 to 13, Colin Deacon, Cuba, Illinois. And 5 to 17, Deacon Family Farms, Cuba, Illinois. Now ready for white Border Leicester pair ram lambs. White Border Leicester pair ram lambs. Placing on the Border Leicester pair ram lambs, first to Callie Taylor, State College, Pennsylvania. Second place, Deacon Family Farms, Cuba, Illinois. Third to Marilyn and Carol Fogel, Raymond, Ohio. Now ready to show for Grand and Reserve Grand Champion Ram. Following that, we'll do Best Headed Ram.
Very interesting class of February buck lambs. Some obviously different types, different places in their growth spurt. The ram I'm starting with is a very youthful appearing, big boned, beautiful head, long necked. I'd call him very athletic. He still tends to kind of roll apart at times when he's on the move, but I kind of like that in a February lamb. It means that they're still growing and are going to come to their potential. Anyway, I like him a whole lot. The ram behind him fits very closely to him. He's a beautiful head, big boned, straight topped, perhaps a little bit more advanced in growth, but the two of them are like really attractive lambs. And then we have a lamb in third that's very, very attractive. He looks like he ought to belong in the March class. He looks really young, a beautiful front end, great shoulders on him, extended, great top, somewhat hard to fault, but he's just not quite far enough along in this class of lambs to place any higher. But he's a beautiful, great looking lamb. The buck down here in fourth is fairly fault-free. He's just not as extended for me. Doesn't have the growth pattern that the lambs ahead of him have. Very correct. Tends to let down a bit on his rear pasterns, but I would be too if I were standing out in this ring for a while. And then a buck back here, big stout buck, good boned, a little more heavy in the front end than I would like, but he follows the pattern of these other lambs a whole lot. Thank you very much for coming out and being part of this class.
Placing on the February class, well, we need March Ram Lambs, Tunis March Ram Lambs to the ring. Placing on the February class of Tunis Ram Lambs, first to entry 25, Uptown, 1416 Uptown Farms, Brookfield, Missouri. Second to 23, Shambo 459, Rachel Shambo, Janesville, Wisconsin. Third place to entry 28, RQL Farms, David Rock, Hillsborough, New Jersey. Fourth place to entry 22, Bruns, Tunis, Mirestein, Ohio. 5 to entry 27, Murray Farms, Higginsville, Missouri. 6 to 31, Murray Farms. 7 to 26, Linda Casey, Taylorsville, Georgia. 8 to 29, Dana Gokenauer, Woodstock, Virginia. And 9 to 24, Morgan Muncie, Lafayette, Indiana.
Really had a nice ram show, and certainly the females won't disappoint me whatsoever. We don't usually have as many number rams as we do the female side, but I'm really pleased with the quality that we have, especially in these first place rams. And I think there's two rams that really hit me pretty hard in terms of their class winning and certainly the good for the breed. And champion ram today would be the late ram lamb. I really appreciate his quality, certainly a wide base sheep, and still has quite a bit of good in him in terms of his youthfulness. Very good in terms of his fleece, in terms of his total makeup. Really a pretty sheep, and still has a lot of width and dimension. We're going to go back with this ram lamb that's directly in front of me here. Young man with the red shirt. Really one, again, that really puts a lot of stoutness in terms of his structure. Really long-bodied, really complete, beautiful fleece. Just two ram lambs that go together very nicely. Let's give these exhibitors a nice round of applause. Thank you.
Now ready to show best-headed ram for the white division Border Leicesters. Our grand champion ram in this division was entry number 15, late ram lamb of Callie Taylor's Callie is from State College, Pennsylvania. It's on Taylor, 14079. The reserve grand champion went to the early Ram Lamb class winner. Entry 6, Deacon, 1949, Deacon Family Farms, Cuba, Illinois. Again, we need best headed ram. Best headed ram in the White Lincoln Show goes to entry number 3, Deacon, 1872, out of the Yearling Ram class, Deacon Family Farms, Cuba, Illinois. Now ready to move into our ewes, early yearling ewes. These are animals born prior to and including February 15. Prior to and including February 15, early yearling ewes, White Division Border Lesters into the ring.
As we get into the female side of the Border Leicesters here, the first class of yearling ewes, and really a nice quality of females. Not a lot of numbers, but again, really appreciate the quality in the female that's leading this group off with there. I think she does that quite handily for me, and certainly in terms of her stoutness, in terms of length of top, she travels and tracks very nice and still has a great fleece on her. When you look at her from any angle, she's a pretty one and still has a lot of good features to offer. Really wide sprung, certainly very correct about those feet and legs. The ewe in second, very similar in terms of her length, maybe not quite as good in terms of quality of her fleece, but really a beautiful ewe to look at in terms of length of top. She's extended very nice up through that front end. Maybe not quite as level about that dock as we see in our class winning ewe, but again, two very nice yearling ewes here in 1 and 2. Third place ewe fit in there very nicely, a little bolder fronted female, and certainly I'm okay with that. She's really structurally sound and correct, a little smaller stature. Doesn't handle with quite as much length through that last rib, but certainly a ewe that has a beautiful fleece, a lot of luster in that, certainly a very correct female. We see the two smaller statured ewes, especially the ewe in fourth place there, just a little smaller. We don't see her with quite as much in terms of total width and dimension. When I get behind her, I'd like to maybe give her a little more width in that area, and the shorter bodied ewe is coming up next, but really correct, a really pretty one to look at from the side view there. Beautiful fleece on her. Really a nice group of yearling ewes here as we start the female side.
Border Leicester exhibitors now ready for that late class of yearling ewes, and then we'll follow it with pair of yearling ewes.
Some really nice lambs in this March class. I appreciated seeing these lambs a whole lot today. Two really good lambs to start the class. One is a bit more mature, bigger boned, bigger footed. They both have beautiful heads. I like that so much about them. Straight tops. The first place buck is a bit more confident with his self going around the ring. And I just like him a whole lot. He profiles beautifully, as does the second place buck, who's a younger looking buck, but you know, when you get into the March class, kind of who knows, but really a straight topped, very nicely fitted lamb, good bone, very good feet and legs. I think a great pair to start the class with. A younger feeling, handling buck down here in third, not quite as secure on his feet and legs as he moves around the ring or plants them, as I'd like to see him have a bit more confidence the way he walks. In fourth and fifth, similar types of bucks, beautiful in the profile, really interesting, well fit, not quite as correct in their rear angulation. When they get on the move, they sort of fall apart. The one in fourth is a bit longer, handles better than the one in fifth. Again, they're similar in type, good headed bucks, but because of the way they move off the rear ends, that's why they're down here in fourth and fifth. Thank you very much for a very nice class.
For the Tunis, we now need slick shorn spring ram lambs. Slick shorn spring ram lambs. Then we'll show junior champion ram, and then pair of ram lambs, and then go into our grand champion ram drive. Placing on the class of early yearling ewes for the Border Lesters, first to entry number 20, Fogel 0973, Marilyn and Carol Fogel, Raymond, Ohio. Second to entry 26, P. Hopkins 1316, Callie Taylor, State College, Pennsylvania. Third place to 22, Colin Deacon, Cuba, Illinois. Fourth place to entry 18, Deacon Family Farms, Cuba, Illinois. And fifth place to entry 19, Marilyn and Carol Fogel, Raymond, Ohio.
There are obviously just two in the Slickshorn class. Somewhat degree similar. The lamb in first place is a taller, growthier lamb, packing more meat and muscle today. They may be a couple of months apart, but today this is how I see them in terms of straightness and structural correctness. Thank you very much.
Now ready to show for Tunis Junior Champion Rams. So we'll need the first and second place animals of the previous classes in the ring in those junior classes. Placing on the Tunis March Ram Lamb class, first to entry number 32, Shambo 470, Rachel Shambo, Janesville, Wisconsin. Second place to entry 34, BWLC 1417, Wildfire, Seth Furman, Rochdale, Indiana. Third place to entry 38, Big Time Tunis, Mike Neese, Ottawa, Ohio. 4 to entry 35, Gary's Tunis of Atlanta, Illinois. 5 to entry number 39, Gary's Tunis, Atlanta, Illinois. 6th place to 36, Mike Neese, Big Time Tunis, Ottawa, Ohio. 7 to 33, Susan Wadden of Bealton, Virginia. And 8 to entry 40, Triangle Farms, Muncie, Indiana. Placing on the Slick Shorn Spring Ram Lamb class, first place goes to entry 41, RQL Farms 1416, Sweet Red Ale, Triangle Farms, Muncie, Indiana. Second to 42, West Wind 646, West Wind Farm, Houstonville, Kentucky.
Class 2 yearling ewes here. Again, a class that sorted off in terms of movement around the ring, I believe, and certainly some females that didn't track quite as nice for me, and I think they sorted themselves off very nicely. Yearling ewe that's leading off here, one that's designed, again, really nice from end to end, certainly long and level, certainly stout enough for me, and certainly a beautiful fleece, but really long, a really tremendous amount of length in that female, and carrying that much framework and width and dimension, she still tracks and travels very nicely for me. The ewe in second, really a very complete ewe, maybe a notch bolder in terms of her structure. Certainly appreciate the length, the top that female has. Maybe not quite as extended up through her front end as the ewe that's winning the class, but again, really stout in terms of her structure, very correct, very uniform about her fleece, and certainly fits in too very nice. Three, really a pretty ewe to look at from the side, really does a nice job getting her shown off to me. Maybe not quite the longer ewe amongst the first three. She's the shorter bodied ewe, but boy, complete up through her front end, travels and tracks a little nicer than maybe the big ewe that's standing there in fourth. I really like this female. Maybe she doesn't track quite as nice off those hind wheels today, but certainly very uniform in terms of her fleece, a big volume female, certainly showing us a lot of size and scale and certainly a lot of width and dimension. Ending up the class with a couple ewes that certainly deserving of that honor. Really complete females in their own right. Really nice class here of Class 2 Border Leicester yearling ewes. Thank you.
Now ready for pair of yearling ewes. Pair yearling ewes for the White Division Border Leicesters. Placing on that late class of yearling ewes, first place to entry 24, Phelps 1075, Callie Taylor, State College, Pennsylvania. Second place to entry 21, Deacon 1890, Deacon Family Farms, Cuba, Illinois. Third place to entry 28, Connor and Paige Vincent, Laurel, Delaware. 5, Marilyn and Carol Fogel, Raymond, Ohio. 5 to 23, Deacon Family Farms, Cuba, Illinois. And sixth place to Vincent, entry 27, Paige and Connor Vincent, Laurel, Delaware.
Thank you. A really nice group of buck lambs that we have out here for the championship. Amazingly as it is, some of them have gotten a bit tired since their individual classes. They're starting to show that they're a bit tired, so they have changed a bit, but I'm still really proud of how they look. Straight, good feet and legs, good color, good bone size, and so forth. So I'm going to go out and pick the junior champion, and then we're going to bring the second place one up from that class, and we'll look at them again.
Now ready for Fall Ewe Lamb, Border Leicester White Division, Fall Ewe Lamb. Placing on the pair of yearling ewes for the Border Leicester show. First place, Callie Taylor, State College, Pennsylvania. Second, Deacon Family Farms, Cuba, Illinois. Third, Marilyn and Carol Fogel, Raymond, Ohio. And fourth to Connor and Paige Vincent, Laurel, Delaware.
Congratulations, you guys.
Our junior champion, Tunis Ram, goes to entry number 25, Uptown, 1416, out of the February Ram Lamb class, Uptown Farms, Brookfield, Missouri. That is our reserve. Our champion is out of the March class, entry number 32, Shambo, 470, Rachel Shambo, Janesville, Wisconsin. Now ready for pair of Ram Lambs. Pair Ram Lambs for the Tunis.
One entry here on the Border Leicester side of the senior ewe lamb. Very deserving of it on a really very correct female off both ends. And when you put her in motion, she tracks and travels very nicely. Beautiful fleece to her. Very complete down that top line in terms of levelness and straightness of lines. Just very deserving of that first place honor. Congratulations.
For the Border Leicester White Division Fall Ewe Lamb class, first place, entry 29, Taylor, 13-214. Callie Taylor, State College, Pennsylvania. Now ready for early ewe lambs. Border Leicester early ewe lambs to the ring. Now ready to show for Grand and Reserve Grand Champion Tunis Ram. Placing on the pair of Ram Lambs for the Open Tuna Show. First place goes to Rachel Shambo, Janesville, Wisconsin. Murray Farms of Higginsville, Missouri is second. Third, Big Time Tunis of Ottawa, Ohio. 4, Gary's Tunis, Atlanta, Illinois. 5, Triangle Farms, Muncie, Indiana. And 6, Westwind Farm, Houstonville, Kentucky.
Early ewe lamb class here on the Border Leicester side. Really a powerful female here in first, and probably the easiest class winner that we've had the privilege to put together here in terms of all the classes. Really a powerful female, very youthful appearing, yet for being an early lamb and really stout made in terms of her shape down her top, very uniform in terms of her fleece quality. Just a beautiful ewe, and you put her in motion, she just goes together very nice. And again, really an easy winner. She's got a lot of width and dimension and still a lot of grow left to her. Ewe lamb in second. I really like her fleece, a long-bodied female, stout in terms of her structure, correct, as we talked about the first female. There just isn't quite as much to her, but boy, she's really nice and designed down her top line. You certainly admire the total length of top in that female standing there in second. Third place ewe, really a stylish one. You certainly admire for that. She's really long. I'd like to change her fleece just a little bit, but again, very correct, very similar to the ewe that's winning the class in terms of her structure, really long-bodied. I really admire her for that. And I see her beating the ewe coming up next in terms of length of top, width, and dimension. That ewe in fourth place there just needs a little more time to develop, but I think she's going to be really nice in terms of her yearling age. She certainly has the right pattern up to this point and she's holding herself together very nicely. She really came into a very powerful class. For this reason, she's standing in fourth, but really nice, designed up through her front end, very clean and neat, and still very stout in terms of her structure. Two smaller statured females there, certainly very deserving of that honor. Really a powerful set of females here from top to bottom. Let's give these exhibitors a nice round of applause. Thank you.
Now ready for Border Leicester Intermediate ewe lambs, Intermediate ewe lambs. Placing on the early ewe lamb class, first place to 34, Fogel 1005, Marilyn and Carol Fogel, Raymond, Ohio. Second to 31, Deacon 1951, Deacon Family Farms, Cuba, Illinois. Third to 32, Callie Taylor, State College, Pennsylvania. 4 to 33, Marilyn and Carol Fogel, Raymond, Ohio. 5 to 30, Deacon Family Farms, Cuba, Illinois. And 6th place to 35, Callie Taylor, State College, Pennsylvania.
I'm very proud of these 4 rams we got here for this champion drive. The yearling buck is beautifully put together. He's just big and stout and straight and muscular and big boned and good headed. He's really quite hard to fault in terms of structure. He's maybe a tad restricted as he walks from the rear compared with the spring buck lamb, who's very athletic, still growing. The spring buck lamb, the junior champion, is as high in almost as tall. I'm sorry but what I was trying to say, he's as long as his cannons as the yearling is right now. And being a March lamb, we're going to expect him to grow. And with that said, the champion ram is going to be this March buck lamb, the junior champion, primarily because of his growth potential and future. And the reserve grand champion is going to be the senior champion. Congratulations, guys. Congratulations. This is the champion. Congratulations.
Grand champion ram for the Tunis went to entry number 32, our junior champion ram, first out of the March Ram Lamb class. Entry 32 was Shambo 470, Rachel Shambo, Janesville, Wisconsin. The reserve grand champion was entry number 9, our senior champion ram, first place yearling ram, Riverwood 6024, Riverwood Farms, Powell, Ohio. Now ready to go to our early yearling ewes. Early yearling ewes, those are animals born prior to and including February 6. Prior to and including February 6, early yearling ewes.
Nice class of ewe lambs here, intermediates. The Border Leicester side, I think we've got a really complete female here in first in terms of length, in terms of stoutness, in terms of her structure. You certainly admire the fleece quality, and she's got that added length to get around that ewe that's standing in second. Ewe in second, really beautiful in terms of her fleece, like her from end to end, beautiful headed female, and again, one that's got a notch more in terms of her fleece quality over the ewe that's standing in third. Certainly like the ewe in third in terms of her length of top. She's extended very nice up through her front end, and again, really three females here that go together in this particular class. Thank you.
Now ready for late ewe lambs. Border Leicester late ewe lambs, please. Placing on the Border Leicester White Division Intermediate ewe lamb class. First to entry 37, Taylor 14055, Callie Taylor, State College, Pennsylvania. Second to 36, Deacon 1966, Deacon Family Farms, Cuba, Illinois. And third place to 38, Callie Taylor, State College, Pennsylvania.
Very nice class of late junior ewe lambs here on the Border Leicester side. Again, we've got some differences in size and scale and width and certainly fleece qualities here. And as I put all of that together, I see the ewe lamb that's winning the class does that quite well for me. And certainly I think she's deserving of that on a really long and extreme and in terms of her lines, late ewe lamb class. And she should look very useful, and she does. Still very uniform from front to rear, really level and square. Felt the ewe in second place in terms of quality, in terms of her stoutness, body type, fleece quality, and certainly long enough for me, and that's the ewe lamb that's standing in second. Third, just a real complete female, maybe not the longest ewe in the class, but again, one that has a beautiful fleece, really a lot of luster in it. One, again, that I think just needs to lengthen out just a trifle bit, certainly, to get around those first two, but really a nice class. You see the big growthy female standing in fourth there. You certainly like her for her size and scale. One, again, that handles extremely well down that top line. Just a beautiful ewe to look at there from the side view. From top to bottom, really a nice class here of late junior ewe lambs. Thank you.
Placing on the late ewe lamb class for the Border Leicesters, first place to entry 43, Taylor, 14077, Callie Taylor, State College, Pennsylvania. Second to 42, Deacon, 1967, Deacon Family Farms, Cuba, Illinois. Third place to 45, Connor and Paige Vincent, Laurel, Delaware. 4 to entry 39, Marilyn and Carol Fogel, Raymond, Ohio. 5 to 40, Colin Deacon, Cuba, Illinois. 6th place to 44, Callie Taylor, State College, Pennsylvania. And 7th place to entry 41, Connor and Paige Vincent, Laurel, Delaware. Placing on the pair of ewe lambs for the Border Lesters, first to Callie Taylor, State College, Pennsylvania. Second to Deacon Family Farms, Cuba, Illinois. Third, Marilyn and Carol Fogel, Raymond, Ohio. And four to Connor and Paige Vincent, Laurel, Delaware.
Very interesting class here. Some really good ewes, some really solid, broody ewes in here, coming around to being ready in the spring to produce some bumper crop lambs, we hope. The ewe I'm starting with obviously is a different kind. I believe I've seen her before, but she's, in my opinion, a real standout ewe. Not that she's perfect, but I love her extension, her length, beautiful head. Head comes right off the top of the shoulders. Good boned, moves well when she's under control, and it just is a poppin' standout ewe to me. The ewe in second, a very big, broody, straight-topped ewe, a beautiful head again. Hard to fault. She's just going to be one of those that are going to crank out lambs again. The third place ewe on extension and overall extension, basically, and length of body. The ewe in third tops number 4 for her freedom of movement, and she is straighter down that top line. She's never missed a meal, this ewe in third place. And once again, she's the kind that are going to go home and really produce some lambs. Then the ewe in fourth place, very similar to the two in front of her, but somewhat restricted in her rear movement when she gets on the road. She's a little this stifle just doesn't reach far enough ahead for me. Then we have a ewe back here in fifth that is a bit different. She's not as extended or as true down her top. I would suspect maybe she has some fleece problems. That would be for the breed specialist to determine, but she obviously looks different than anything else, but she's very solid, a great top, quite a bit of fleece on her, but that's why she's down here today. Thank you very much for bringing out a group of yearling ewes.
Next class in the ring for the Tunis will be late yearling ewes. Those animals born the 7th of February and later. Late yearling ewes. Tunis exhibitors, your next class following selection of Grand and Reserve Grand Champion ewe will be Best Headed Ewe, then Best White Fleeced Animal, then Get of Sire, then Flock.
Really get a nice lineup here of females on the Border Leicester side. Really pleased with the first place winners. I think there's a pair of them out here that really excel in the breed and certainly good for any breed for that matters. Really a lot of good quality. You certainly like them from the standpoint of length. You certainly like their breed type, their fleece, and really hardy sheep. They're really bold, structured. We've certainly seen that in the female side, and I think it was stronger than the rams, which means there's a few more numbers, and I'm really pleased with the quality. Again, as I select the champion in reserve, let's put our hands together in appreciation. Thank you.
Grand Champion ewe for the Border Leicester White Division goes to entry number 34, the early ewe lamb class winner, Fogel 1005, Marilyn and Carol Fogel of Raymond, Ohio. The Reserve Grand Champion goes to entry number 24, our first place animal of the late yearling ewe class, Phelps 1075, Callie Taylor of State College, Pennsylvania. We're now ready to show for Best Headed Ewe for the Border Leicester White Division. Best Headed Ewe. Next class for the Border Leicesters is Best White Fleece, and then we'll do the winner of the Best Headed Female went to entry number 24, Phelps 1075 out of the early Yearling U class, Callie Taylor, State College, Pennsylvania. Following the Best White Fleece class, you'll go to Get of Sire, and then you'll do Flock. Placing on the early Yearling U class for the Tunis. First to entry 49, Shambo 405, Rachel Shambo, Janesville, Wisconsin. Second to entry 46, Moms Tunis, MTP 642, Avery Spildy, Stoughton, Wisconsin. Third place to 53, Kyle McCauley at Glen, Pennsylvania. 4 to 52, Avery Spildy of Stoughton, Wisconsin. 5 to 48, Bruns Tunis, Maria Stein, Ohio. 6th place to 51, Linda Casey, Taylorsville, Georgia. 7 to entry number 54, Matthew Mag and MJM Family Farm, Ottawa, Ohio. 8th place to 45, RQL Farms, David Rock, Hillsborough, New Jersey. 9 to 44, West Wind Farm, Houstonville, Kentucky. And 10 to 43, RQL Farms and David Rock, Hillsborough, New Jersey. Now ready for Get of Sire. Get of Sire. That's 4 sheep by the same owner. One ram, same owner, bred by the exhibitor. 4 sheep by the same ram, bred by one exhibitor. Winner of the Premier Exhibitor Award for the Border Leicester White Division goes to Callie Taylor, State College, Pennsylvania. Placing on the white Border Leicester Best Fleece class, first place went to entry number 3, Deacon, 1872, Deacon Family Farm, Cuba, Illinois. Second to entry 8, Taylor, 14029, Callie Taylor, State College, Pennsylvania. Third to entry 39, Fogel, 1020, Marilyn and Carol Fogel, Raymond, Ohio. And fourth place in the fleece, entry number 22, Colin Deacon, 13871 RR, Colin Deacon, Cuba, Illinois. Placing on the get of sire, first place to Callie Taylor, State College, Pennsylvania. Second to Marilyn and Carol Fogel, Raymond, Ohio. And placing on the flock class, first place goes to Callie Taylor, State College, Pennsylvania. Second to Deacon Family Farm, Cuba, Illinois. And third to Marilyn and Carol Fogel, Raymond, Ohio. Again, we're ready for natural colored Border Leicester yearling rams to the ring, please.
Another really nice class of yearling ewes. Some real broody, productive-looking ewes in here. The ewe I'm starting with is just extremely straight down the top. Wonderful hip tail set, a very broody, straight. When she goes around the ring, she just glides. She just walks the way you'd like for a sheep to walk. And she certainly wins this class on the basis of her movement and overall correctness. Another really good long-topped ewe in second place, good topped. Loses to the first place ewe primarily on movement. And I know these sheep have been standing around the pens for days and days, and it's a hard thing for them to even get around. But it is when the structural correctness comes to the forefront, I think. Another big ewe in third place, very sound. Again, probably on movement. It goes down. She's not quite as extended as the two above her, but a really attractive ewe to fit into third place in this class. The ewe in fourth is maybe a more extended, upstanding ewe, but does not compare to the three in front of her in terms of structural correctness and movement. And then a really nice profiling ewe down here, not the freedom in the rear end that the other four above her have, but a very attractive ewe in her own right. Thank you very much.
Placing on the late class of yearling ewes, we're now ready for slick shorn yearling ewes, by the way, for the Tunis. Placing on that late class of yearling ewes for the Tunis, first place to entry 79, Spildy, 21.99. Avery Spildy, Stoughton, Wisconsin. Second place to entry 69. RQL Farms, 13.29. Kyle McCauley at Glen, Pennsylvania. Third place to entry 76. Bruns Tunis, Mirastein, Ohio. 4 to 71. Rachel Shambo, Janesville, Wisconsin. 5 to entry number 66, Linda Casey, Taylorsville, Georgia. Sixth place to entry number 63, Dana Gokenair, Woodstock, Virginia. 7 to 64, Kyle McCauley at Glen, Pennsylvania. Eighth place to entry 70, Rachel Shambo, Janesville, Wisconsin. 9 to 74, Westwind Farm, Houstonville, Kentucky. And 10th place to entry number 61, Mike Neese, Big Time Tunis, Ottawa, Ohio.
Border Leicester side here as we start our natural colored show for yearling rams out here. And certainly there's some good things about each one of them, and certainly some things that we'd like to change. But again, as you analyze the ram that's winning the class for the young lady, I think as you combine the fleece quality and certainly his stoutness in terms of his ruggedness and bone, width and dimension, I think he wins his class over the other three in a particular class. Really a nicely well-balanced individual, and I think he's big enough for me. We don't always have to talk about size and scale, but he's one that gets a lot of good features together. You part that fleece, really a beautiful fleece to look at. It's in the right shape. Congratulations. Look at 2 and 3. I felt the ram in second in terms of length. I think that's where this ram beats the ram in third, and certainly he moves around the ring very well. He's up on his feet and legs. You certainly like him for that. Beautiful fleece on this ram also. Maybe a little notch heavier in terms of his condition, but I think as you see 3 and 4, this ram in second fits in there in terms of his movement. See the ram in third place, beautiful fleeced individual, long-bodied, certainly very straight. Maybe off those rear hockey, doesn't want to travel quite as nice as the 2 rams ahead of him, but again, one that fits in 3 very nicely. Fourth ram here needs to be commended. Really a nicely well-balanced individual. Just doesn't want to track and travel quite as nice on his feet and legs as our first 3 individuals. But again, one that has a beautiful fleece to it. Needs to be commended. Really a nice ram in his own right. Thank you.
Now ready for the class of ram lambs. Ram lambs to the ring, please, for the natural color division of the Border Lesters. Placing on that yearling ram class, first to entry 49, Overlook Manor Farm 4380, Overlook Manor Farm, Warrenton, Virginia. Second to 48, Bass Plains 613, Don and Sharon Converse, Bowling Green, Ohio. Third place to entry 46, Tiffany Deacon, Cuba, Illinois. And 4 to 47, the Stoltman Family Farm of Stafford, Kentucky.
On the Border Lester side here of the natural coloreds, age group ranges all the way through. We've only got one Ram Lamb class for this breed, so certainly you've got some differences in age and certainly development up to this point. But as he analyzed the group, certainly a group of Ram Lambs that have done very well and certainly have some good qualities to them. I kind of sorted some things apart in terms of maybe their feet and legs and their fleece quality, of course. But I think as you put everything together, this Ram Lamb, he isn't the biggest one in the class, but certainly you like his design, his type and kind. He's rugged enough in terms of his bone. He's good enough in terms of his fleece. Really uniform about that fleece. A lot of luster in it. Really appreciate the levelness, the straightness of lines, and I see him just excelling in terms of his total body makeup. He's a little neater right behind that shoulder, and certainly he can move around the ring as well as any ram in this particular lineup. See the ram in second for the young man there, one that's really growthy. Really like him for that. He's really big in his kind, and still he's got a lot of good things to offer in terms of his fleece qualities. I see him moving around the ring just a notch better than maybe the ram that's standing in third. Certainly the ram in second. Again, I think he's a little better, especially on those front pasterns today as we see him move around the ring. Taking nothing away from a long-bodied ram that's in three. You certainly like his uniformity from end to end, really straight-lined individual. And again, I think if he had a tougher or a little better in terms of his pasterns on front, I think he'd be one to contend with in this particular lineup. Really a young, beautiful ram to look at here in four. You certainly like him for that. He's probably the youngest ram in the class. We'll just see him develop. I think he's going to go ahead and grow into a very nice yearling ram. Beautiful fleece on him, really correct. There just isn't quite as much to him today to get around those top three. Really a nice class. Let's give these exhibitors a nice round of applause. Thank you.
These ewes out here in the middle are the ones that have survived what I call the Grand March, which is the opportunity to exercise and show us how they're really put together and how they move. This ewe on top obviously has never missed a meal in her day, but she's the straightest, topped, correct ewe in the class. Big-boned ewe, moves extremely well. In my opinion, she's easily the winner of this class. The ewe in second follows the pattern, not necessarily the type, but very straight-topped, very correct. Another ewe, the correctness extremely well. Then a ewe in third that follows the same pattern. She's a little more extended, much more up off the ground, which I like, but she fits in the third hole today very handily. Then another ewe that's fairly fault-free on the move here in fourth place. Again, a straight-topped, free-moving ewe that belongs in fourth place. Then a ewe down here that looks like she's got about triplets in her already, but she moves very well with a pregnancy and reasonably straight-topped, and she just fits into this position in fifth place today. So thank you very much.
Now showing pair of ram lambs on the natural colored Border Leicester ring, and we're ready for pair of yearling ewes over on the Tunis ring. Placing on the Ram Lamb class, natural colored of the Border Leicester, first at 52, T. Deacon, 1956, Tiffany Deacon, Cuba, Illinois. Second, 54, Early, ZNK, 0130, Jerry and Dina Early, West Liberty, Ohio. Third, to entry 55, David Freds, Lafayette, Indiana. Fourth, to entry 53, Jerry and Dina Early, West Liberty, Ohio. 5 to entry 51, Paige Vincent, Laurel, Delaware, and 6 to 56, David Freds, Lafayette, Indiana. Placing on the class of slick-shorn yearling ewes for the Tunis, first place went to entry 80, RQL Farms 1308, Kyle McCulley at Glen, Pennsylvania. Second place to entry number 87, Big Time Tunis, 1211. Mike Neese, Big Time Tunis, Ottawa, Ohio. Third to 89, Portia Kellums, Hillsboro, Indiana. 4 to 85, Lauren Hughes, Anderson, Indiana. 5 to entry 92, Mike Neese, Big Time Tunis, Ottawa, Ohio. 6 to 91, Portia Kellums, Hillsboro, Indiana. 7th place to 88, Kaylin Swihart of Perrysburg, Ohio. 8 to 83, Triangle Farms, Muncie, Indiana. 9 to 90, Kaylin Swihart of Perrysburg, Ohio. And 10th place to 86, Matthew Mag and MJM Family Farm, Ottawa, Ohio.
Natural colored side here didn't have a lot of rams, one ram lamb class, and is certainly very deserving of that class winning ram lamb. And we had the class of yearling rams. The closest ones to me are the class winners. I think when we get them out here and analyze them in terms of their fleece, in terms of grow, and certainly ones that have a lot of stoutness in terms of their structure and certainly good for the breed, I think everything goes together with that junior ram lamb. I've really liked him in class, and he doesn't disappoint me when I get him out here. He's the right kind for me. Certainly taking nothing away from the yearling ram, he's going to be the reserve champion. Congratulations.
Grand Champion Ram for the Border Leicester Natural Colored goes to entry 52, our first place Ram Lamb, T. Deacon, 1956, Tiffany Deacon, Cuba, Illinois. The Reserve Grand Champion Ram goes to entry 49, the first place Yearling Ram, Overlook Manor Farm, 4380 Overlook Manor Farm, Warrenton, Virginia. Now ready to show Yearling ewes. Yearling ewes, please. Placing on the pair of Ram Lambs for the Border Leicester Natural Colored Show. First to Jerry and Dina Early, West Liberty, Ohio. Second, David Freds, Lafayette, Indiana. placing on the Tunis pair of yearling ewe class first went to Avery Spildy of Stoughton, Wisconsin. Second to Kyle McCauley at Glen, Pennsylvania. Third to Bruns Tunis, Maristine, Ohio. 4 to Rachel Shambo, Janesville, Wisconsin. 5, Mike Neese, Ottawa, Ohio. 6 to Linda Casey, Taylorsville, Georgia. 7, Murray Farms, Higginsville, Missouri. 8, Dana Gokenauer of Atlanta, Indiana. 9, Portia Kellums, Anderson, Indiana. 10, Kaylin Swihart, Perrysburg, Ohio. 11, West Wind, Houstonville, Kentucky. 12, Matthew Mag, Ottawa, Ohio. And 13, RQL, Hillsborough, New Jersey.
Really want to commend the exhibitors on the Border Leicester side here, the natural colors, really bringing out some fine females, and certainly then in terms of fleece quality. And as we move through them and sort them out here, kind of like the female that's winning the class in terms of her fleece, just a beautiful fleece on her, and she's really true down her top. I really admire her for that. She's stout enough in terms of her structure, but really a long-bodied sheep that has a lot of grow in her, and she certainly handles herself around that ring very well. I think second and third comes in a little close, but I see the ewe in second. In terms of stoutness, in terms of her bone, I like the female in second. She's really straight down her top, really level and square. She, again, shows us that fanciness, that eye appeal from the side view. But, again, I think she fits in there in two, and beating the U in three for the young lady, just simply a lot stouter in terms of her structure. Taking nothing away from that young lady's ewe. Really a nice, balanced female. She's probably one of the more, the best balanced ewe in this class. But I just don't see her quite as stout in terms of her bone work. Really a beautiful fleece, a lot of luster on that. Really admire the quality in these top three females. Fourth place ewe, big, broody type female. We certainly like her for that. And again, I think she's going to go home and really do a tremendous job in the barn. She's just more of a broody type female. And again, just a nice ewe to fit in that fourth position. 5 for the young lady, really a beautiful ewe to look at from the side. Once in a while, when she moves around the ring, maybe doesn't travel as nice as some of the ewes ahead. But again, really a wide sprung ewe in terms of her rib shape. Really a beautiful fleece to look at. Young lady needs to be commended. Really a nice set of females here. Thank you.
Now ready for pair of yearling ewes. Pair yearling ewes there on the natural colored Border Leicester ring. Placing on the yearling ewe class for the natural colored Border Leicesters, first place to 57, T. Deacon, 1849, Tiffany Deacon, Cuba, Illinois. Second place to entry 60, Early, ZNK, 0120, Jenna Bilyeu, State College, Pennsylvania. Third to 858, Jerry and Dina Early, West Liberty, Ohio. 4 to 63, Tiffany Deacon, Cuba, Illinois. 5 to 62, Stoltman Family Farm, Stanford, Kentucky. 6 to 59, Jerry and Dina Early, West Liberty, Ohio. And 7 to 61, Stoltman Family Farm, Stanford, Kentucky. Now ready for Border Leicester Early Ewe Lambs in the natural colored division. Early Ewe Lambs. Placing on the pair of yearling ewes for the Border Leicester natural colored, first to Tiffany Deacon, Cuba, Illinois. Second to Jerry and Dina Early, West Liberty, Ohio. And third to Stoltman Family Farm, Stanford, Kentucky.
this is a really good class all the way down the line of fall ewe lambs. They're very high quality, probably the best overall class we've seen today. So let's give them a big round of applause for these fall ewe lambs. Starting with this big stout ewe in first place, extremely straight down her top, great hip on her. She moves around the ring really well. She's very correct on her feet and legs. She just kind of jumps out, belongs in that first place. Another really good big ewe in second place. Not quite as perfect on her feet and legs, but she's very long, really an attractive ewe. Ewe in third, is in third probably because of her top line, but she's a big, growthy, really terrific ewe lamb like the two ahead of her. She excels over the fourth place ewe on feet and legs today. Again, I said this has been a long haul for a lot of these sheep, and it's natural for them to start to come apart out here. Then we have a really attractive ewe in fifth who just does not have the meat in the mass today to match up with the four ahead of her. But again, all really nice sheep. We'd be proud to have all of them at home. Thank you very much.
For the Tunis, now ready to select senior champion and reserve senior champion. So we'll need the first and second place animals from the 3 yearling ewe classes, plus that fall ewe lamb class that just finished up. Placing on the fall ewe lamb class, first place 9, G. Matthews, 13-18, Morgan Muncie, Lafayette, Indiana. Second to 100, Spildy, 2227, Avery Spildy, Stoughton, Wisconsin. Third to 96, Joanna Utzig of Milton, Wisconsin. 4 to 101, Avery Spildy, Stoughton, Wisconsin. 5 to 95, RQL Farms and David Rock, Hillsborough, New Jersey. 6th place to 97, Drew Ridgway, Liberty Town, Maryland. 7 to 104, Westwind Farm, Houstonville, Kentucky. And 8 to Westwind Farm.
Natural colored Border Leicester side here. 3 entries in the early ewe lamb class. I think the young man really has a nice ewe lamb that wins this pretty handily. Really nice and complete. A lot of width and dimension, and certainly a beautiful fleece on that sheep. And where this sheep excels in terms of straightness of lines, levelness, and certainly growthy up to this point. But really a beautiful ewe to look at from the side. Really nice uniform fleece on that female. Young lady's ewe that's in second, again, maybe bigger statured in terms of framework, but not as much condition. There's quite a bit of wool on that sheep. But again, I see her designed a little nicer and certainly walks around that ring off both ends just a little nicer than the smaller statured ewe that's in 3. You certainly like the fleece quality in both of those females in second and third also. Really nice class of junior ewe lambs here. Thank you.
Now ready for late ewe lambs in the natural colored Border Leicester division. Late ewe lambs, placing on the early ewe lamb class, first to 65, early ZNK 0132, Jerry and Dina Early, West Liberty, Ohio. Second to 66, Bear Hollow 61, Stoltman Family Farm, Stanford, Kentucky. Third to entry 64, Dina and Jerry Early, West Liberty, Ohio.
Thank you very much. A very attractive group of females out here. I'm really happy with what we have out here. I think we'd be all proud to have these 8 in our front pasture. One sort of jumped out at me when she entered the ring, and she's sort of my kind of sheep, and so she will be the champion, which is the winner of the first yearling ewe class up here. And then for the second, the reserve champion, the ewe right behind her from the second class will be the reserve ewe.
Senior champion ewe for the Tunis goes to entry number 49, first in the early yearling ewe class. Shambo 405, Rachel Shambo, Janesville, Wisconsin. The reserve senior champion goes to the first place in the second yearling ewe class. Entry number 79, Spieldy 2199, Avery Spieldy, Stoughton, Wisconsin. Now ready for January ewe lambs. January ewe lambs.
Late junior ewe lamb class here on the Border Lester natural colored side. I think we really have a nice pair of ewe lambs here in 1 and 2, and certainly you could move them and switch them for me, and I'd be okay with that. I'm just using a little bigger statured female here in first. Certainly like the length, the way she tracks and travels and put her in motion. She really gets around the ring very well and still has a lot of growth left in her. She really looks very youthful appearing up through her front end, and certainly her body makeup is well designed up to this point, and just a beautiful fleece. See the ewe in second place, maybe a little finer featured in terms of her structure, but again, one that I think in terms of width and dimension, in that quality, I think that's where she gets around the young man's ewe that's standing in third. Certainly like the fleece and the uniformity of the ewe that's standing in 3. There's just a lot more to that female, giving nothing away from the ewe that's standing in 4th, just a little smaller statured ewe. I think she's going to be a tremendous yearling ewe. Really a nice class of late ewe lambs here. Thank you.
Now ready for Border Leicester natural colored pair ewe lambs. Placing on the late class of ewe lambs, first to 69, T. Deacon, AJ's Flock 150, Tiffany Deacon, Cuba, Illinois. Second place to entry 70, AJ's Flock 151, Tiffany Deacon, Cuba, Illinois. Third to entry 68, Stoltman Family Farm, Stanford, Kentucky. And 4 to 71, Jerry and Dina Early, West Liberty, Ohio. Placing on the pair of ewe lambs for the natural colored Border Leicester, first to Tiffany Deacon, Cuba, Illinois. Second, Jerry and Dina Early, West Liberty, Ohio. And third place to the Stoltman Family Farm, Stanford, Kentucky.
Really got a nice lineup here for champion and reserve on the Border Leicester side here. I think a tremendous set of females out here. We didn't have a whole lot of numbers, but really pleased with them. I'm going to stay in the Yearling U class here for champion and reserve. Really like the width and dimension, and certainly the fleece on this champion ewe. She just comes together in a very nice package, taking nothing away from the ewe lamb. She's really big and growthy. I like her. We know what the Yearling ewes are, and certainly we're going to use those today for champion and reserve. Congratulations.
Grand champion ewe for the natural colored Border Leicesters goes to our class winner out of the yearling ewes, entry number 57, T. Deacon 1849, Tiffany Deacon, Cuba, Illinois. The reserve grand champion ewe was second in that yearling ewe class, entry number 60, Early ZNK 0120, Jenna Bilyeu, State College, Pennsylvania. Now ready for Best Natural Colored Fleece. Best Natural Colored Fleece. For the Border Leicester Natural Color Division, we're now ready for the flock class. Placing on the flock class for the Border Leicester Natural Colored Division and winner of the Premier Exhibitor Award for this division, first place goes to Tiffany Deacon, Cuba, Illinois. Second place in the flock, Jerry and Dina Early, West Liberty, Ohio. And third in the flock, Stoltman Family Farm, Stanford, Kentucky. That does conclude most of our show for the Natural Colored. We'll announce that best fleece in just a moment once we get all the information recorded. Our judge for the Border Leicesters has been John Merzinski of Indiana. For the natural colored portion of the Border Leicester, the fleece class, first place goes to entry 57, T. Deacon, 1849, Tiffany Deacon, Cuba, Illinois. Second to 49, Overlook Manor Farm, 4380, Overlook Manor Farm, Warrenton, Virginia. Third to 48, Bass Plains, 613, Don and Sharon Converse, Bowling Green, Ohio. 4 to 58, Early, ZNK 0111, Jerry and Dina Early, West Liberty, Ohio. Fifth to entry 60, Early, ZNK 0120, Jenna Bilyeu, State College, Pennsylvania. And sixth place to entry 55, Walnut Ridge 0475, David Freds, Lafayette, Indiana.
Very nice class of January lambs. Quite a large class. They're pretty hard to sort through. This is a really impressive view to start the class. Big bone, straight topped. A lot of confidence in this sheep when she moves around the ring, and she moves very well. The ewe in second place follows her in type, just not quite the pieces are all tied together as much as they are in the first place ewe, and does not have the bone structure that the first place ewe has. A little different kind of sheep in third place, extremely correct, just not quite the dimension and the extension that I would prefer in this class, but a really smooth topped, good moving ewe, and that's why she's there. Then this is not a lap dog in fourth place. She's very spirited, and it's a little hard to handle her, but she's very correct on the move. She goes very well. She's straight. She's in short fleece, and we'll look forward to a lot to come from her next year. And then a very correct ewe back here in fifth, very straight. I'm not quite sure what to do with this color, whether there's a discoloration or if there's a natural color coming through there. But very correct, good on her feet and legs, stylish, straight-topped. I like her a whole lot. It'll be interesting to see what she looks like when she's slick shorn. Thank you very much.
Now ready for early February ewe lambs, Tunis, early February ewe lambs. These animals born February 1 through and including February 5. For the January class of ewe lambs for the Tunis, first place went to entry 112, C. Gary 0471, Gary's Tunis, Atlanta, Illinois. Second to 107, Shambo 444, Rachel Shambo, Janesville, Wisconsin. Third place to 109, Kyle McCulley at Glen, Pennsylvania. 4 to 106, RQL Farms and David Rock, Hillsborough, New Jersey. 5 to 111, Rachel Shambo, Janesville, Wisconsin. Sixth place to entry 118, Amanda Sumi of Arcadia, Indiana. 7 to entry number 105, Brianna Taylor, Shirley, Massachusetts. Eighth place to 113, Mike Neese in Big Time Tunis, Ottawa, Ohio. 9 to entry 117, Matthew Mag and MJM Family Farm, Ottawa, Ohio. And 10th place to entry number 114, Kaylin Swihart, Perrysburg, Ohio.
this early February class is extremely deep and thick, as evidenced by the 5 sheep out here, and there are a lot of good lambs over there against the rail. It's a real outstanding ewe and first up here. She glides around the ring. She's very straight-topped, great feet and legs, beautiful head. She just belongs here. The ewe in second, not quite as upstanding or as extended as that ewe, but a very attractive ewe on the move. A good top and a really nice hip and tail set that I like and appreciate a whole lot. The ewe in third, more upstanding, a little loose, a little low in her tail set for me today, but she's going to be a great big growthy thing. And then a younger lamb here in fourth place is very correct. She moves with great vigor around the room, and she belongs in fourth. And then another lamb down here that is, not quite as full together as the ewes in front of her, not as long a rear stride on her, but a very sound, attractive ewe in her own right. Thank you very much.
Now needing in the ring, late February ewe lambs. Late February ewe lambs, please. Placing on the early class of February ewe lambs for the Tunis, first place to entry 120, McCully 1402, Kyle McCully at Glen, Pennsylvania. Second place to 123, Bruns Tunis 1411, Bruns Tunis, Maria Stein, Ohio. Third place to entry 126, Rachel Shambo, Janesville, Wisconsin, 4 to 125, RQL Farms in David Rock, Hillsborough, New Jersey. 5 to 129, Riverwood Farm, Powell, Ohio. Sixth place to 124, Sarah Furman, Rochdale, Indiana. Seventh place to 130, Linda Casey, Taylorsville, Georgia. Eighth place to entry 121, Morgan Muncie, Lafayette, Indiana. Ninth place to 131, Murray Farms, Higginsville, Missouri. And 10th place to 122, Joanna Utzig of Milton, Wisconsin.
Thank you. Another really nice class of ewe lambs here. This lamb in first place kind of pops out at you when she comes in the ring. She looks like she came in here to win, and that's what she's going to do today. She's like extremely extended. It's great the way the neck comes right off the top of her shoulder. She's very straight topped. Perhaps not the largest boned ewe, but she's going to be a whale of a yearling, and she wins the class for me pretty easily today. The lamb in second is sort of disappointing me right now. She's letting down in her top line, but she's had a really good show. Big boned, long-topped ewe with a pretty head, and I just liked her enough to put her into second. Then we have a bit of a smaller ewe back here in third that's very complete, very correct, good hip set, good tail set, good hip, and adequate bone, good feet and legs on her. Then my Tunis Princess back here in fourth has a lamb that's not quite as big, but she's very correct, big boned lamb. Obviously that girl loves her, and she's just correct enough that this is where she belongs today. And then the ewe lamb back here in fifth, that's extremely correct, tightly made, handles really well, but when she gets on the move, her rear legs just don't kind of live up to the promise of the rest of her right now. She's a little restricted in that stifle, and that's why she's down here, but a very attractive group and a very nice set of ewe lambs. Thank you very much.
Now ready for early March ewe lambs. Early March ewe lambs. Those are animals born March 1 through March 9. March 1 through and including March 9. Placing on the late February ewe lamb class for the Tunis show, first place goes to entry 134, Old Glory Hoe, 1519, Riverwood Farm, Powell, Ohio. Second place to 141, Spildy, 2528, Avery Spildy, Stoughton, Wisconsin. Third place to entry 143, Dana Gokenauer, Woodstock, Virginia. Fourth place to 136, Matlin Mag of Ottawa, Ohio. Fifth place to entry 133, Mike Neeson, Big Time Tunis, Ottawa, Ohio. Sixth place to 138, Murray Farms, Higginsville, Missouri. Seventh place to entry 142, Avery Spildy, Stoughton, Wisconsin. Eighth place to 140, Triangle Farms, Muncie, Indiana. Ninth to 137, Kaylin Swihart, Perrysburg, Ohio. And 10 to 139, Susan Wadden of Bealton, Virginia.
Nice class of March ewe lambs here. The lamb we're starting with is the soundest, most correct ewe in the class. She's long. She measures in her hind saddle extremely long. Beautiful headed ewe, just the most complete ewe in the class. A very nice ewe. And second, that is tending to get low a bit in her pasterns as we get into this class, but long and straight, not quite as correct in her hip and tail set, but a beautiful ewe. And the ewe in third, big growthy ewe, again is getting a little tired out here, and especially in her front wheels starting to tire. A really correct ewe back here in fourth place, straight, moves well, adequate bone for fourth place, very refined in the front end, just a really good ewe. And the ewe back here, big stout ewe, perhaps a little further along in her development in her front end than the others in front of her, but nevertheless a really good moving ewe, and belongs here in fifth place. Thank you very much.
Placing on the early class of March ewe lambs for the Tunis Show. First to 147, Casey, PWF 1405, Linda Casey, Taylorsville, Georgia. Second place to entry 145, Half Pint Farm 45, Brianna Taylor, Shirley, Massachusetts. Third to entry 144, Gary's Tunis, Atlanta, Illinois. 4 to entry 151, Dana Gokenauer, Woodstock, Virginia. 5 to entry 150, Murray Farms, Higginsville, Missouri. 6th place to entry 148, Sarah Furman, Rochdale, Indiana. And 7th to 146, Susan Wadden of Bealton, Virginia.
Okay, here we are to the youngest class of the day for the ewes. Very attractive, big-boned ewe up here in first place. Love the way that her neck comes off the top of her shoulders, and she's a proud ewe when she goes around the ring and moves extremely well. A really nice ewe in second, not quite the rear angulation that the one in first has. Very straight-topped, great type. We like her just a whole lot. Then a ewe in third that gives up a bit when she's on the move, but a very growthy, big-boned, good type ewe to have in third place. A beautiful ewe lamb down here in fourth. Today she's a bit frail for me. I don't think she feels all that good. She's kind of droopy in her demeanor, but I'd say next year let's watch out for her. She's going to be quite something. And then a really stylish lamb back here in fifth that we appreciate for her straightness and her freedom of movement and just her general correctness. And then another lamb back here in sixth that we want to just include in the main group here. Not quite the strength in the hip and tail set as the others ahead of her, but a really nice lamb in her own right, lengthy and big boned. Thank you very much.
Now ready in the ring for our class of Slickshorn Spring ewe lambs. Slickshorn Spring ewe lambs. Placing on the late class of March ewe lambs for the Tunis, first place goes to entry 149, Spildy 2570, Avery Spildy, Stoughton, Wisconsin. Second place, entry 155, Bruns Tunis 1415, Bruns Tunis, Maria Stein, Ohio. Third place to entry 154, Mike Neeson, Big Time Tunis, Ottawa, Ohio. 4 to entry number 152, Rachel Shambo, Janesville, Wisconsin. 5 to entry 153, RQL Farms in David Rock, Hillsborough, New Jersey. And 6th placed in 156, Murray Farms, Higginsville, Missouri.
think you're doing? Him and Rick done drinking beer?
In the slickshorn class, from my viewpoint, in a class like this, we look for straightness of line and correctness and good feet and legs. And I think most of you can look at some of the ones that are down in the other section that just do not show quite the straightness of lines that this top group have. The ewe starting the class, not as robust as some of the others in the class, but just as straight as they come, big boned, very straight top, good hip tail set. She just excels in her structure in this class. The ewe in second, another really straight topped, level rumped ewe, great neck and head on her. The ewe here in third that's misbehaving a bit, sort of falls apart behind her shoulders when the handler is not 100% on it, and that's not the handler's fault at all. But this ewe tends to be robust and a little thick through the front, but they've done a whale of a job to get her into third place. Another nice ewe, long, straight topped, in fourth place here, big boned, very attractive. And then the ewe down here in fifth follows the pattern like the others, not quite extended or long on her top, drooping a little bit in the loin right now, but in this slickshorn class, these are the winners today. Thank you very much.
Placing on the Slickshorn Spring Ewe Lamb class for the Tunis, first place goes to entry 160. RQL Farms 14308. RQL Farms in David Rock, Hillsborough, New Jersey. Second to 157, Shambo 474. Rachel Shambo, Janesville, Wisconsin. Third to 163, Kyle McCulley at Glen, Pennsylvania. 4 to 162, Triangle Farms, Muncie, Indiana. Fifth place to 167, Mike Neese and Big Time Tunas, Ottawa, Ohio. Sixth place to 164, Portia Kellums, Hillsborough, Indiana. 7 to 161, Heidi Barkley, Man's Choice, Pennsylvania. 8 to 165, West Wind Farm, Houstonville, Kentucky. 9 to 158, Triangle Farms, Muncie, Indiana. And 10 to 159, Mike Neese and Big Time Tunis, Ottawa, Ohio.
Well, to me, this is a really wonderful group of ewe lambs out here. I wish we could just all have them in a pasture out in our front and look at them all day long. I think we'd be extremely proud to have of them, and I hope that they show some similarity in type and kind out here. That's what we've tried to do today. For me, I'm really quite happy with them, and I hope that the rest of you are as well, even though perhaps they're not yours. So I'm going to pick the junior champion ewe and the reserve champion ewe, and then we will move on. But again, congratulations to all of you. It's really a fine group of ewe lambs. Congratulations to all of you.
Now ready for a pair of ewe lambs. The junior champion ewe was entry 134 out of the late February ewe lamb class. Old Glory Hoe, 1519, Riverwood Farm, Powell, Ohio. The reserve junior champion came from the late March ewe lamb class. 149 was the entry number. Spildy, 2570, Avery Spildy, Stoughton, Wisconsin. Placing on the Tunis class of pair of ewe lambs, first place goes to Avery Spildy, Stoughton, Wisconsin. Second to Mike Neeson, Big Time Tunis, Ottawa, Ohio. Third place to Rachel Shambo, Janesville, Wisconsin. 4 to Kyle McCulley at Glen, Pennsylvania. 5 to RQL Farms in David Rock, Hillsborough, New Jersey. 6 to Linda Casey, Taylorsville, Georgia. 7, Gary's Tunis, Atlanta, Illinois. 8, Bruns Tunis, Maria Stein, Ohio. 9 to Murray Farms, Higginsville, Missouri. 10 to West Wind Farm, Houstonville, Kentucky. Now ready to show Grand and Reserve Grand Champion ewe. We'll need the Senior Champion in Reserve along with the Junior Champion in Reserve to accomplish that.
There it is, right. I'm not going to take a whole lot of time here. I've sort of made up my mind what I'm going to do here. I hope there's some similarity in these sheep and that you can sort of see the pattern that we're looking for today. We're going to go ahead and select the Senior Champion as the Grand Champion ewe, this ewe right here. And we're going to follow her up with the one most close to her in type, and that's the Junior Champion. Congratulations to you all. They're just a beautiful group of ewes. It's been a great privilege to work with them today and to find out what really the Tunis breed has to offer. Congratulations to you all.
Grand Champion Tunis ewe went to entry 49, our Senior Champion ewe. Out of the early yearling ewe class, Shambo 405, Rachel Shambo, Janesville, Wisconsin. The Reserve Grand Champion went to entry 134. Our Junior Champion ewe, 134, was from our late February ewe lamb class, Old Glory Howe, 1519 Riverwood Farm, Powell, Ohio. Get of Sire will be the first one, and then we'll do the flock class. Get of Sire first. This class is sponsored by Darling Tunis. And Ketchum Equipment sponsors a traveling trophy for the first place Tunis flock. Again, remember that Tunis Jackpot Show will take place 30 minutes after the conclusion of the Tunis Show, and that'll be down in the Goat Ring. Now we're ready for flock class. Placing on the Get of Sire class for the Tunis, first place to Avery Speldy, Stoughton, Wisconsin. Second to Rachel Shambo, Janesville, Wisconsin. Third to Linda Casey, Taylorsville, Georgia. 4 to Murray Farm, Higginsville, Missouri. 5 to West Wind Farm, Houstonville, Kentucky. And 6 to Matthew Mag and MJM from Ottawa, Ohio. Placing on the flock class, first place in the flock and also winner of the Premier Exhibitor Award is Avery Speldy of Stoughton, Wisconsin. Second in the flock goes to Rachel Shambo of Janesville, Wisconsin. Third to Bruns, Tunis, Maria Stein Ohio. 4 to Linda Casey of Taylorsville, Georgia. 5 to Murray Farm, Higginsville, Missouri. Sixth place to Big Time Tunis of Ohio. 7 to West Wind Farm, Houstonville, Texas. And 8 to Linda Cook Triangle Tunis of Muncie, Indiana. That does conclude our Tunis show. Our judge has been Chuck Ream of California.